Japan, the country, and the Ariake Arena, the destination, the setting for the women's wheelchair basketball quarterfinals.
It's an all North American battle. This should be a good one. Team USA, Team Canada.
Well, there's no tussle quite so tight between the Canadians and the United States of America as that on the basketball court. That's going to be our first quarterfinal before an all-European affair between Germany and Spain. So here's how the records speak, and it's Canada with 3 wins from 4, and the United States in the unfamiliar position of just 2 wins from their 4-match campaign, the reigning gold medalists with improvements to make. That's how the brackets are shaping up. Germany and Spain, the Netherlands up against the host Japan, Canada, USA right here, and then China against Great Britain in the final quarterfinal.
Of course, in Rio, USA gold medalists at the Paralympic Games, while Canada finished in 5th place. Now the lineups for the 2 teams, starting with Team USA. 3 players back from that gold medal performance in Rio. And number 15, Rose Hollerman, the captain among them, and she will be one to watch in this one. Keep an eye on number 55, Courtney Ryan, and number 24, Lindsay Zerbrug. They will be very important performers for USA in this battle. There is Courtney Ryan from Chula Vista, California. Trooper Johnson's been the head coach of this program for a while, played the game at a high level. And on the other side of the floor, getting ready for this battle against Team USA is Team Canada. And there they are, lining up. Rosie Lalonde, number 4, key performer. She's averaging better than 10 points a game. We're going to keep our eyes, though, also on Katie Dendino, number 13, Erin Young, and then the captain, Cindy Willett, number 7. And she is such a key player for this Canadian team. I feel like even when she's not on the floor, it's important.
Well, in terms of leadership, you're right, undeniable. And with 5 players making their first Paralympic bows, plenty of wisdom to impart on young but talented heads.
And let's stand aside for the national anthems.
The national anthem of the United States of America, followed by Canada. 両国国歌の演奏です。はじめにアメリカ合衆国国歌に続いてカナダ国歌です。
Katie Dandeneau and the Canadians are excited already before the opening tip-off. In front of Katie, you saw Melanie Houghton. Melanie, one of 3 players on this Canadian team who won a World Championship gold medal. That was back in 2014. And beat Germany in the gold medal game in that. Cindy Ouellette and Erin Young, the other 2 who were on that squad. So there's some experience there. Of course, the Americans bring with them 3 players who played and won gold at the Rio Games. So you've got some championship caliber experience on both teams.
We speak about that championship caliber, and we mentioned some of the youthful heads for the Canadian side, but what about the likes of Bailey Moody, 19 years old, and Ixchelt Gonzalez, just 17 years old, first got involved with the USA age 13. What an enormous moment for her, who, believe it or not, has already featured in a World Championships.
Yeah, and that was 3 years ago already, so that tells you an awful lot. You're 17 and you're at the Paralympic Games, you're at the World Championships, and they were in 2018. The U.S., by the way, finished 6th in those, and Canada finished 5th, so it was close then. I would say one difference then is, and to now, is Katie Dandeneau has developed into a real superstar for the Canadians, and she's got some amazing numbers in this tournament, averaging over 22 points a game, 12.5 rebounds, 6.3 assists, and hitting second best in the tournament in free throws at 67%. So Katie Dandeneau, they've got some really important, the Canadians do, low point players, 1 point, 1.5 point players. We mentioned Melanie Houghton, she is one of them. Elodie Tessier is a 2.5, she's an important player. Tamara Steeves, a 1.5, a really important player for the Canadian team. And on the U.S. side, a really breakthrough performance for Lindsay Zerbrug in this tournament from Portland, Oregon, and she has really proven that she belongs at the top level on Trooper Johnson's team.
Well, you got to know that you're a legend of the game when you're never introduced by your first name, only by your nickname, and your nickname's Trooper.
I love it. There's your starting lineup. Lalonde Ouellette, Hussein Lai, who had an incredible basket that would have sent the game to overtime against Germany, and they had to go to review. It was ruled it was after the buzzer by a split second. Terry Giannis and Katie Dandeneau round out the lineup for Canada. Marc-Antoine Ducharme
celebrated his 42nd birthday at this Paralympics, and
wow.
I can think of no present he would like more than to dump out the United States right here in the quarterfinals.
You are probably right. He would give up all the cake in the world for that, I'm going to guess as well. Quarterfinal matchup. Winner goes to the semifinals. We don't know who they'll face because lots to be decided yet here in Tokyo 2020. Natalie Schneider, the captain for USA, will take the tip. She's from a town called Ord in New England, and she wins it back for Hollerman. Rose Hollerman, one of the players who was on the team in Rio. Now to Courtney Ryan. Gives to Hollerman, or at least now finds Hollerman. Puts up the shot, and it's just off the mark, rebounded by Cindy Ouellette. Now the Canadians look to set up their offense. They got a little back pick going on Darlene Hunter. Maybe a little odd player advantage. Can't take advantage of it, and Rose Hollerman collects the rebound. One of several players on the U.S. team who's from Minnesota. Real hotbed of wheelchair basketball in Wisconsin and Minnesota.
Well, Hollerman, one of the United States go-to players in terms of field goals, 54% percentage so far, and vying to join just the 6 women who've got 3 gold medals in wheelchair rugby history.
Or even wheelchair basketball history.
Wheelchair rugby, wheelchair basketball history. I've been doing too much wheelchair rugby.
And Katie Dandeneau works it inside for Rosie Lalonde, and she draws the foul. and goes into the paint hard as she does all game long. And Rosie Lalonde draws the foul, waiting for our first basket of the game. And Lalonde, the 24-year-old, playing in her second Paralympic Games out of the University of Alabama. Another place in the U.S. where they offer scholarships for wheelchair basketball players, and a real a pivot for that as USA now looks to come back.
Well, Rosie Lalonde states her hero, her inspiration as fellow teammate Cindy Arlette. So to be at the Paralympics with her, pretty cool.
Yeah, and the two work so well together. It's the chemistry is incredible, really. Zerbrug trying to get towards the lane. She gets close enough to sink her first basket of the game.
A beautiful shot. Canada on the board, leveling things up with the United States, and that'll feel good to settle the nerves.
Wusan Lai will help get a little help here to get Pop back up again from Katie Dandeneau. Both come from British Columbia. And now Cindy Willett, the four-time Paralympian, inbounding for Dandeneau. Surveys the scene. She can hit from long range and from close range. Gives to Willett. Down to the short corner there and can't sink the basket. Here comes Hollerman all by herself. Wusan Lai trying to catch her, can't do it. Big mismatch in size there, and Hollerman gives USA the lead.
Expertly converted, cool under pressure despite the attentions of the scramble Canadian defense.
Cindy Willett into the paint for Dandeneau. That's short. Rebound. Again, it's going to be Dandeneau, set up by Lalonde. They draw the foul.
Well, Dandeneau's been a one-woman rebound machine in this Paralympics so far. 50 she's had before this game. Only Marieke Miller of Germany able to better her in that department.
So Dandeneau originally played stand-up basketball, was convinced to play the game by a Hall of Fame Canadian wheelchair basketball coach named Tim Frick, who basically signed her up and said, yeah, you're signed up for this event. And she came, and the success wasn't immediate, but boy, it's come relatively quickly. Zerbrug, shot clock winding down, inside for Schneider with the hands of Dandeneau in her face. Schneider gives the U.S. a 4-point lead.
Well, cool and collected from Schneider, despite the attentions of Dandeneau.
From just inside the key, she kicks it out for Willett, and she draws the foul. The good players seem to find ways to, they know they're going to get the contact, and they take the shot, even if it's a lower percentage shot, because they know that's going to send them to the foul line, and that's exactly what Cindy Willett just did.
Ooh. Pure. Well, she is such an incredible athlete, isn't she, Cindy Arlette? Yeah, for those of you that don't know, she might be busy in a few months in Beijing, because in 2018 she was doing paranordic skiing in Pyeongchang. So as soon as she stops shooting hoops, then she's going to be getting the skis on. What an incredible athlete.
And as I was saying before, I feel like even when she's on the bench, there's a calming presence. And then when she comes back on the floor, you know, she has a way of getting everyone to play well around her. There were a couple of games in the tournament, at least one that I saw, where she didn't start but came in and had a great impact on the game. It's a 2-point lead, USA. Canada with the ball. Lalonde, Dandeneau. Ouellette takes it towards the elbow, then moves in, gets the shot, puts pressure on Schneider, but it's outletted for Courtney Ryan. USA using the shot clock. Across for Moody from behind the partial screen, and it's picked up by Lalonde for Lai. Or at least Giannis. Now to Dandenot. Thinks about the three. Rolls in a little further. Back to Ouellette. Cuts into the lane. Nice little dish in for Poussin Lai. And it's knocked away, so Canada will inbound with 6 seconds on the shot clock.
Ultimately rejected by Schneider, but that was a beautiful little bit of tight interplay, great dexterity in the chair to create the opportunity, but Schneider too wise to it.
And Dandenot puts up the shot, probably a little further away than she wanted to. And a foul charge here against Rosie Lalonde. It'll be her first. And USA's got 3 team fouls already. And we're still just about 4.5 minutes into this. Quick change here of the tire for Tara Giannis. It's like a Formula One pit crew.
Quicker,
yeah.
quicker.
Yeah.
And at least they actually get a proper event on.
That's right. All right, Zerbrugge inbounds for Bailey Moody from Alpharetta, Georgia. Now into the hands of Darlene Hunter, the veteran. Gives it back to Ryan. Hunter from the free throw line. No. And the Canadians bumble the rebound. They both reach for it. And it ends up out of play. It'll be USA ball.
Well, it was just a simple miscommunication from Dandenot and Giannis in their enthusiasm to get on top on that rebound. There wasn't any pressure on them, so opportunity for the USA here.
And Ryan with the shot that will rim out. This time cleanly rebounded by Dandenot, among the tournament leaders in that category. Back comes Ouellette. Curls with the ball way out at the perimeter. Slings it back for Lalonde. Goes with the bank shot. And I don't know if it actually did hit the glass, but it rims out. Still a 2-point lead, USA. Courtney Ryan likes the look, takes the shot, and foul charge here, I believe, is going to be on Poussin Lai. And into the game for Canada comes Tamara Steeves, 31-year-old from just outside of Toronto, Mississauga, Ontario. And she will replace Giannis. USA to inbound. Zerbrugge. Inside for Moody. Short. Rebound Dandenot.
Extreme pressure from Dandenot there. She's such a presence. Got a huge wingspan on her as well, making things really uncomfortable.
And we have a Canadian player down in the key. I don't know if we have a foul call here. I don't think we do. Substitution. Hollerman coming back into the game for USA. Oh, I beg your pardon. She's just getting ready to... Oh, yeah, she is ready to come back in. Bailey Moody will get a rest. Zerbrugge slings it ahead for Courtney Ryan. Canadians defense pushing out high. Ryan, less than 10 on the shot clock, gives to Hollerman. She's got a screen from Schneider, puts it up, rattles out. Rebound, Dandenot.
Terrific effort on the shot from the USA that they're not dropping at the moment, though, are they?
For neither team. Steeves takes the pass from Dandenault, returns the favor. Now back to Ouellette. In for Lalonde, uses the glass, can't get it to drop. Nice little play by Lalonde to catch and spin and shoot. Courtney Ryan. Trying to work it inside, but an easy pickoff by Dandenault, who gives to Tamara Steeves. Bounce pass ahead for Lalonde. Dandenault getting bounced around in the lane, backs up towards the hoop. Now back it goes for Ouellette. Her shot rims out.
And you know, USA up on the scoreboard by 2. You really have the feeling that it's the Canadians playing the slicker basketball at the moment, but the USA go up by 4. They're the ones who are making it go through the net.
Yeah, you almost get the sense that the Canadians are just a little too tight and just need to pause maybe a split second before the shot, get into the right position.
Well, they're looking fluid when creating the opportunities, but you're right, it's that tightness when it comes to the crunch.
And we've got a foul call here. And a little confusion that will get sorted out. And they're going to actually look at this on the, well, actually, they're going to have a discussion with the U.S. bench. Referee in the game, Zamponi from Italy. His umpires, Viard from France and Ono from Japan. There could be an issue with classification. They have to make sure that they have the right numbers on the floor. Seldom would you see this that at this level. It'll be Canada to inbound from the sidelines with lots of time and a 15-second clock. And Ouellette waits for some help, gets it to Giannis. Now Lalonde slings it across for Dandenault. Steve's trying to set a pick for her. She does. Across it goes for Ouellette from behind the screen, up and in. And that draws the Canadians to within 2 of USA. Cindy Ouellette's first basket of the game. Double that, her second. She's got 4 points. Courtney Ryan being watched and guarded by Lalonde. Now Zerbrug. And she hits it.
Wow, key points from Canada before the USA stretched the deficit right back out. The Canadians hadn't scored for nearly 5 minutes. Plenty of attempts, plenty of possession, looking good whilst trying to unlock this USA defense, but just not dropping at the moment, but it might do here.
Beautiful pass by Ouellette and a perfect finish by Tamara Steeves. And again, the lead is just 2. But you're right, psychologically, when you haven't scored for 5 minutes, all of a sudden you start to say to yourself, hey, am I going to score again? Are we going to score again? You know you will, but you just need to do it.
Suddenly that hoop's looking very small and the ball's looking very big in your hands.
Hollerman goes back to Ryan, and from the high post, she hits it. 4-point lead, USA. We're in the final 35 seconds of the opening quarter here in this quarterfinal game in Tokyo. Lalonde to the elbow, back in for Ouellette, gives to Dandenault, and she likes the mismatch size-wise, and she hits to cut the lead to 2 again.
Key time to be netting there from Dandenault. She's been everywhere for Canada. And that basket could be key with the clock ticking down.
And we've got Schneider down on the play. Just to see if we have a yes, we're going to get a foul call here. It's going to be on Dandenault. So with 4.2 on the clock, shot clock is not in play. USA will try to add to its lead. Rose Hollerman, and swatted away on a great play by Rosie Lalonde, and that should do it. It'll be 0.1 second. You've got to receive the pass and shoot the ball, and that's virtually impossible. You have to almost volleyball it, and Hollerman wasn't quite able to do that. But her team leads, USA 12, Canada 10, after 1 quarter of play here at the Ariake Arena.
Well, Rosie Lalonde right there at the very end, dismissing the ball, and she knows a lot of these USA girls well because she's living in Tuscaloosa in the United States at the moment, where many of these girls are hailing from.
And I know Canada's not going to like that 23% from the field average. That was not what they have come to see. In fact, these are the top 2 field goal shooting teams, as we see Hollerman take it to the rack and just glance it off the glass and in. USA second best in the tournament at just under 47% shooting from the field. Canada just over 45 in 3rd place. So at 22% in that opening quarter, Cindy Ouellette's team is going to want to settle things down.
Interesting to see Hollerman be taken off so early, because she's played nearly the most minutes of any of the United States players. She's really a key player out there, so it was strange to see her cycled on and off in that first quarter.
Yeah, it's interesting the way teams use strategy. Canada hasn't used Erin Young yet, and I imagine she'll be coming back into the game. Melanie Houghton may be making her appearance. In fact, they are both coming in now. You see Young on the left, number 6, and Houghton, number 15, and there is Katie Dandeneau.
What a discovery. What a discovery for the Canadians. We mentioned that it wasn't immediate, but since 2017.
From Pender Island, British Columbia. And I'm gonna say that other than Tim Frick, she might be the most famous resident from there, although someone will probably correct me. And right there, we've got a tie game. It is Rosie Lalonde. So consistent, goes to the basket and just glances it off the backboard. Hollerman now has the screen set up by Schneider, opts to go back to Ryan. Zerbrug, Ryan, Hollerman. Now Houghton thinks about jumping her, but then backs off. Zerbrug, and
whoa,
she hits a 2-pointer.
Right. That was like time was suspended here in the Ariake as we watched that fly in.
Dandeneau the other way, can't get the drop, but the Canadians get the rebound. What a play by Tara Giannis. But it is going to be USA ball. Did they call jump there? I just looked away for a split second. Yes, they did. So it's the possession arrow was favoring USA. So now it'll turn around. The next held ball as Hollerman sends that one up. And it's off the mark. Canada will try to tie it again. Dandeneau around Hunter into the lane, but gives it to Young, who draws the foul.
Draws the foul and nearly gets it away also. Might have expected a bit more of herself there.
Erin Young was the MVP of the U.S. College Championships back in 2019. And has since played overseas for the Rhine River Rhinos in Germany.
Wow, nickname Juice. She's bringing it today.
Yeah, you will hear it on the floor Every once in a while, you'll just hear one of the other women yelling, "Juice!" and you know exactly who they're calling. USA, Hallerman, Schneider continuing to set up the screens there for her. Opting to go back to Ryan, back to Hallerman. This time she likes the look, and that's why. And so USA and Canada trading baskets here in the second quarter of this quarterfinal game. They met each other in the gold medal game of the Para-Pan Ams to qualify for this event. Both qualified, but it was Canada winning the gold. And now Dandenault collecting the rebound courtesy of Houghton and Lalonde's work under the basket. Tie game.
Lalonde with the rebound work, but it's Dandenault with the composure. A lot of arms flailing, a lot of energy in the paint, but she manages to convert.
Hallerman, Ryan, Hallerman puts up a long two, swatted away. It's going to be USA ball. It went off the hands of Aaron Young.
Well, we got a great position here. I thought that was sailing in, and she seems to have her eye, and since coming back onto the court, but no dice.
Courtney Ryan guarded by Dandenault. Across for Zerbrugge, guarded by the other 4.5 player Young. Hunter, shot put up as the shot clock is dying down, and she hits it. Rose Hallerman. Back out front, the Stars and Stripes. Here comes Lalonde. From the free throw line, short. Rebound, Schneider. Hallerman, way up ahead. Picked up by Zerbrugge.
Oh.
4-point lead, USA.
Liquid from the USA.
Interesting how there's a three-point attempt from Dandenault, but how the defense leads to the offense, and that's exactly what we saw in the last, and here come the Americans into the front court again. Ryan curls back, gets a little pick from Hallerman. Shot clock at 7. Now Hallerman from in behind the screen. And the rebound picked up by the US. They've got a new 14-second clock to work with. Hallerman cuts into the paint, tries to dish it for Schneider, and they're gonna say it went off of Canada. It's USA ball. And Canada doesn't like what it's seeing, and so head coach Marc-Antoine Ducharme is gonna talk about it here.
Well, it was Hallerman that went for the cute no-look pass to try and deceive the Canadian defense, and I tell you what, if it had been anyone other than Dandenault, then it would have been good to go to float it over, but so alert, so rangy. And you mentioned about defense into offense, and that's the difference right here at the moment. The transition from the USA is so rapid that at times it looks like they've got an extra player on the court.
Americans have done a great job keeping that woman at bay. Katie Dandenault, only 4 points, and we're just over 4 minutes into the second quarter. Doesn't mean she won't pile up a bunch in this game yet, but so far so good if you're Trooper Johnson's team. Coming into the game, Canada, significant lead in bench points to the US by 16 points, and a significant advantage in second chance points, but neither of those have come to pass yet. Courtney Ryan from the free throw line hits it again. It's a 6-point lead, USA.
Everything the USA touches turns to points at the moment. Canada need to respond.
Dandenault dishes inside for Young, back to Lalonde. All kinds of traffic in the paint. Lalonde, 7 on the shot clock, busting her way in, gets the shot up. It won't drop, and she may have been looking for a foul on that. So USA has a chance to add to its 6-point lead. Here's Zerbrugge. And the miss. So the team in white gets the stop they were looking for, Aaron Young. And you can just kind of see the calmness coming in for the player who's been around for several years. In for Lalonde, back to Young, posting up, firing in. You get that size mismatch, and you just have to take advantage of it, and Aaron Young did exactly that.
I think the USA are putting so much pressure on them, though, as well, that she did well to take that extra beat and compose herself before taking the shot, because it's been a bit rushed from the Canadians.
And one. So to the hoop and gets the harm. Natalie Schneider, what a play. Draws the foul, still finishes the basket. So substitutions now. Willette coming back in, Steves coming back in, Dendino and Lai out for the Canadians for now.
Well, Dendino all locked up in the opening minutes of the second quarter, so probably just removing her so that she can take a bit of reflection, some perspective from the side court.
Yeah, I think you're bang on with that. Sometimes you just have to take a step back for a moment. 7-point lead, USA. Biggest lead of the game. Young. All the way across for Willette. Back to Lalonde. 8 on the shot clock. Young spinning. Now 3 inside Steves. A little too much on it. And the Americans have a chance to add to their 7-point lead. Back they come with Zerbrug. Guarded by Young. Dishes for Ryan. Kicks it out to Hollerman. Across for Zerbrug. Now 5 on the shot clock. Hollerman likes what she sees and hammers it home.
That was just exquisite from the United States, moving the ball around the key, working the Canadian defense, and then freeing up time, space, and it leads to points.
Young takes it down towards the baseline. It's an offensive foul charge here. Might be on Melanie Houghton. Her second of the game.
Well, the body language of these sides is polar at the moment. Canadians not looking confident.
Hollerman.
And the United States have the confidence to be going for the long-range field goals now.
As Rosie Lalonde brings it back up court for Canada. Cuts into the lane, draws the foul, and will go to the line. You know, Rosie Lalonde is only 24. It just feels like she's been around the team for so long, and that's the kind of veteran play that Canada needed. Trailing by 9. And doing that after drawing the foul. But only gets 1 of 2. USA rebounds. Hollerman up ahead for Zerbrug. Young getting back, got a hand up, won't drop in. Schneider converts. And USA leads by 10.
Schneider, right place, right time, right shot. Yeah, Lalonde missing the second on the free throws, and I was just going to say that of all the Canadians, she's the one who's grabbing it by the scruff of the neck. She's the one who looks like she wants the ball and that she wants to take the shots, which may not be the disposition of absolutely everybody in a white jersey out there at the moment.
Shot clock starting when Willette picks up the ball, gives to Young. Now it's into the hands of Steves, and it looked perfect. It just didn't want to break the seal of the basket.
My God, the Canadians exploring every last bit of paint around the jaws of the rim.
Big steal by Rosie Lalonde for Canada. Pass underneath for Young, who's got the mismatch, and she hits it. That's the lead to 8. Under 2.5 minutes to go, second quarter.
2019 Canadian Wheelchair Basketball Female Athlete of the Year stepping up in this quarter.
Hollerman takes it towards the elbow, dishes back to Ryan, in for Zerbrug, Inside for Hunter, and Darlene Hunter's got the bucket. 10-point lead, U.S. inside of 2 minutes to go. Opening half. Young, under duress from Zerbrugge, gives it to Ouellette, and she sinks the two-pointer. And so if you're the team in white, you want the stop here. If you're the team in blue, you want more points by the half to make the Canadians really think about things during the break. Here's Ryan, that's short, and Young couldn't get a hold of the rebound. Underneath for Hollerman, she's got the size mismatch but can't finish. And Ouellette will bring Canada back down the floor. Takes it towards the elbow, curls with it there, feeds for Young, can't knock it down, a little too tight underneath. And the U.S. gets across that center timeline. Courtney Ryan sees Schneider heading to the basket, the pass and the bucket. And it's back to a 10-point lead, USA. Final half minute to play in the quarter.
Snyder's looked so good close in under the hoop today. She wasn't going to miss that one.
Young from the baseline, in for Lalonde, and just can't get the roll. Back come the Americans with Hollerman. Seconds dwindling down here in the half. The last shot of the half is off the mark, but not often in the half was that the case for the U.S. They lead it 33-23 at halftime over Canada. Well, if you're Marc-Antoine Ducharme, you probably have some encouraging and, you know, if you're Trooper Johnson, you've got some congratulating to do and saying stick with it, because the two teams have been heading in opposite directions here in the last, the last quarter for sure.
Well, you just see it right there. Schneider, she's feeling the energy with her teammates. And the USA are the team that they didn't want the halftime to come. They could have just gone and gone and gone. So maybe this is a good chance for Canada to reset.
Katie Dandeneau has really been held in check in this game. Just 4 points for her at the half. Manages to free up Lalonde here on the little pick and roll. Zerbrugge among the Americans hitting. And she's got 8 points in the game. Erin Young coming in off the bench to contribute 6 for Canada. And Schneider leading all scorers in that opening half with 11 points. And her team USA has got a 10-point lead on Canada in this quarterfinal game at Tokyo 2020. And the statistics are really incredible. 30% Canada, and the US 47% from the field. Rebounding, defensive rebounding, the Americans 18-11. And that'll be another category Canada wants to improve on in the second half here in Tokyo.
wheelchair basketball. Yesterday, 5 amazing games here at Ariake Arena. Let's have a look at some of the action from yesterday's wheelchair basketball. さて、これまで素晴らしいパフォーマンスが飛び出してきている車椅子バスケットボールですけれども、昨日からこちらの有明アリーナだけに会場が絞られて開催されております。それではそれ昨日行われた5試合のハイライトをお見せしましょう。
Wheelchair basketball, Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, Day 6.
What an absolutely incredible day here at the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games.
Sayari, shot clock ticking down, puts it up, no, and Germany's gonna win. They're off to the quarterfinals. Japan 67, Turkey 55. They win it, and Japan finishes second in the group.
Norris with the ball at split up the three. The game clock expires and shot ball short.
And Canada is off to the quarterfinals in Tokyo and getting better as the tournament goes on. They'll leave their best game in the quarterfinals.
So many special moments here in Tokyo for the Paralympics 2020 with a variety of other sports. Let's check out a question.
それではここで他の競技についてもご紹介したいと思います。昨日行われた今日はですね、馬術のハイライトをご覧いただきましょう。どうぞ。
Oxy Trouble takes top goal with Dalton on 86.927. The individual Paralympic champion of Grade 2 freestyle is going to be Celine Hill.
Back at the Ariake Arena, getting ready for second half action of this first of 4 quarterfinals. Team USA has a 10-point lead on Team Canada. It is 33-23. An impressive half by the Americans, really stifling Canadian Katie Dandeneau, who's averaging 22 points a game, and she's got 4. And we'll see how things start in the second half as Canada goes back to its starting lineup.
Interesting to see what the teams did at the halftime interval as well. Half the Canadians up into the changing rooms, half of them staying out, practicing their shots because they just have not been dropping. Trying to find the hot hand for this big second half ahead.
And not coincidentally, the ball will begin in the hands of 4-time Paralympian Cindy Ouellette, who gives it to Katie Dandeneau, who gives it right back to Ouellette. Across for Lalonde. Mentioned the chemistry of those two. You can really sense it. Lalonde underneath for Ouellette. Spinning shot and hits it.
Magnificent, instinctive shot from Ouellette. And that's the kind of bucket they want right at the top of this second half to inspire greater things from the women around her.
So Zurbrigg just slows things down a little bit, allows her teammates to get set up. Rose Hollerman, guarded by Lai. And Schneider's been doing a great job, and now they feed it inside for Hunter. It won't fall, but she swats it back to Schneider, and it will fall. They have been doing such a nice job setting up that screen for Hollerman on the left side. Schneider's been doing it, and then this time they work it underneath for Hunter, and it eventually finds its way in on the second chance opportunity. So foul call here against Courtney Ryan of the U.S. Well, that number is interesting. That's her 3rd personal already. So if the Canadians can somehow get her one more, that could really make things interesting. Rosie Lalonde inside for Ouellette. Not this time. And Hollerman just calmly back down the court. This is for Ryan, out for Zurbrigg. Back to Ryan from the foul line. Gives to Hollerman from behind the screen. And it almost dropped in. It sure thought long and hard about it.
They took a real good look around that, kicked the tires, but then said, nah, not buying it.
Early stages, second half. Quarterfinals, USA, 10-point lead on Canada. Lalonde busting into the paint, uses the glass, draws the foul. Of course, was hoping for the end one. Lalonde shooting 67% at the tournament from the free throw line. Nine-point lead, USA. So the team in blue is in control right now. Let's see if they can add to their lead. Hollerman to the elbow, to Ryan, to Hollerman. For Schneider, short, rebound Canada, Dandeneau, and now Ouellette. Americans hustling back to their defensive positions. Ouellette puts up the 12-footer, and it misses, and back comes USA with Courtney Ryan. And can Dandeneau get in there? No. Beautiful play to protect the ball by Ryan.
Again, sweeping, counter-attacking play from the USA. Look how hard they're working to get back and populate the scoring zone in their half of the court, making it so difficult for the Canadians.
And there, Ouellette draws the foul from Hunter. So Willette doing what she wants to do, but the U.S. is doing what they want to do as well. Willette gets one of two to drop. Still a 10-point lead.
You mentioned those free throw percentages. Dandino, Lalonde up in the 67 percenters, and just not quite happening for them. I know that was Ouellette just there, but the big one is the rebounds. USA 27 rebounds to Canada's 16 so far. They're the first to the bounce of everything that's going loose.
And there you go again. And this is going to be charged on the foul against Lalonde, I believe. It is. And that will be her second personal.
Canada don't have an answer to this Holloman play on the left-hand side at the moment. I mean, how many times have we seen it? And Canada know it's coming, but they just don't know how to stop it.
Now she's on the right side. Gives to Ryan. Back up top for Hunter. Yes! 12-point lead, USA.
Wow, enough time to pick any part of that hoop that she wanted to put it in. No pressure being put on her. Basically a free throw.
Canada's getting ready to go with a new lineup pretty much momentarily. Here's Ouellette into the paint. Gives for Dandino. Has it batted away by Schneider. And again, USA back on offense after great defending.
Well, Schneider, the beating heart of this USA team so far. Rebounds, rejections, disruption, points. She's doing it all out there, the captain.
And the shot from Ryan is off, and again, the rebound, Schneider tips up, and this time it's picked up by Canada.
Ah, beautiful bit of balance there. She arched back on the chair, just couldn't quite land the hoop.
Dandino for three, it's gonna be short. And here come the substitutions. Or are we gonna go with a timeout first and then the substitutions? It's a 12-point lead, USA, 5:34 to go, third quarter. And the defending Paralympic champions have put themselves in a great place here in this quarterfinal.
It's going to be really interesting to see how Canada come out from this, and particularly Dandino, who's just been fantastic for the entirety of the Paralympics, and it almost to the point where you forget that it is her first Paralympics. Everything she's done has been magnificent, but for the first time we're seeing her rocked and seeing the opposition force her into a place that she's not comfortable with. How does she respond with that inexperience?
So in for Canada, this is the lineup that allows them to have both Young and Dandino, with Steeves, Elodie Tessier, and Puisan Lai. And here we go. 12-point lead, USA, looking to add with Hollerman. Ryan, Hollerman, Dandino jumping her, and then she backs off, then she finds an opening, and now Dandino scoops up the rebound.
Well, Hollerman with the shot, but Schneider again doing the unglamorous work just on the outskirts of the key to give her the time to take the shot.
Less than 10 on the shot clock. Dandino takes the high pass from Young, and it's a 3-second violation called against Canada. And they are still searching for answers offensively. Stuck at 27 points. Managed just 4 here in this third quarter.
What's it?
Here's. And the Americans with Hollerman now distributing to Zerbrug. And the shot is picked up. So if you're new to wheelchair basketball, wondering about a 3-second violation, if you're in the offensive key, you can only be there for 3 seconds. Any more than that, and the officials can blow it down. That's the same in standing basketball as well. But again, unforced error by Canadians, and the Americans trying to take advantage. Up by 12. Hollerman, Ryan, Zerbrug. It's been a short bench for the U.S. in this game. They have the answers right now, so why would they change it? Here comes Dandenault, working on just 4 points in this game. Sends the pass in for Young, has the mismatch, hits the shot.
Big play from Canada there, and what you didn't see was the work of Aaron Young and Puisson Lai trying to take Schneider out of the game and to delay her arrival in for defensive duties. We've mentioned her so many times this quarter, but let's just look at her stats. She's 75% on the field goals, 100% on the free throws, 2 offensive rebounds, 6 defensive rebounds. And she herself is doing what many would say is the unglamorous work.
There she is, number 8. Talking about Snyder, right?
Yeah.
Yes. And Trooper Johnson's team has got to be happy with where they are. You saw an emotional Aaron Young with words to her team as well, as they are looking to dig deep here. Down by 10, past the midpoint of the third quarter. Quarterfinal action, Tokyo 2020. And the other 3 quarterfinals yet to come today here at the Ariake Arena. Courtney Ryan, boy, she made a nice impression in her first Paralympic Games. From the San Diego area, Chula Vista, California. Takes it down towards the corner, then weaves back up. Hollerman with 5 on the shot clock. Now it's Ryan. She's got time, and she nails the shot. And the Americans are really spreading the offense around. 8 points each for Hollerman and Zerbrug and Ryan, adding to the 13 by Schneider. And that has been too much so far for Canada to handle. Let's see if they find an answer. 12-point deficit, 3.5 to go in the third. Got to get that ball away. Tessier takes the inbound from Young. Dandenault. The pass, again, a hand on it from Schneider. Back she comes, uncontested on the layup. Yes.
Wow, she is a one-woman basketball machine, dragging USA even further ahead, 12 points the lead.
Dandenault with the dish for Tessier for Young. Now Steves under pressure. Too much pressure. Americans back with it again. Hollerman. From outside, gives it back to Ryan. Now Zerbrug, now Ryan, now Hollerman. The passing is dynamite. Inside, and a steal this time by Young. It was going for Schneider. And Aaron Young absorbs the foul from Zerbrug.
Well, key interception from Canada there. You use the word dynamite. It's so slick from the United States. I thought they'd freed up Hollerman again, but shifting the play once more. And because Hollerman's been so threatening, the Canadians are scrambling, and it frees up even more space for other Americans.
USA is in the bonus, so they've got more than 4 team fouls. That's putting Canada on the free throw line. They're going to want to take advantage as much as they can here in the final 2:26 of the third quarter. as aggressive as you can be. 2 free throws for Young, has her team within 12.
Young's been good since she's come on. She's had real good presence for the Canadians. Need to see more of that from her.
10 points for Erin Young in the game. Here's Schneider, and the miss picked up by Young. And Schneider picks up the foul a long way from her own basket. And again, that's what makes that so smart, because now again Canada goes to the line.
Well, the first errors we've seen from the captain for a long time, missing the shot and then giving up the foul. How crucial is this going to be, that each foul's bringing the Canadians up to the line to make it a 2-er?
Well, and don't forget, the U.S. has used virtually the same group here with a couple of exceptions. So if Canada can get them tired a little, maybe the fatigue will draw the more fouls. That is the hope for the team in white. And the team in blue says, no, we're fit enough, it won't matter. Young gets 1 of 2 to drop. The lead is now 9 USA. Just over 2 to go, third quarter. 5th game of the tournament for both teams. USA 2-2 in the preliminary round. Canada was 3-1. The only loss, a last-second loss against Mareike Miller's German team. The interesting thing is Miller was fouled out late in that game. Canada looked to have tied it. And there's the shot from the outside by Zerbrugg. And again, I say in the last couple of minutes, there's been a couple of misses by the U.S., but that was the only loss for Canada. So they came in here feeling tons of confidence, and it's been shaken a little. There's the pass inside for Steeves, rebounded by Schneider. Big rebound for the USA captain. And Hollerman, who's essentially in that same captain category, takes the pass from Schneider, calmly dishes it back to Ryan. Under pressure, 5 on the shot clock. Now 3 up and in for Rose Hollerman.
What a shot, and you feel like that's maybe one that the USA needed. A bit of momentum beginning to swing back the Canadians' way, who'll go again through Tessier.
Katie Dandeneau switching places. Tessier setting up a little pick there. Now Young. Now Dandeneau. 2 on the shot clock. Tessier is going to have to put one up, but she doesn't want to. And that will see the clock expire. Ball in the hands of USA Zerbrugg. And back they come, but they just calmly turn back and settle. Zerbrugg from the left wing slings it across for Hollerman. 2 on the shot clock. Trying to put it up. She does. And it just rattles out. Just 10 to go in the quarter. Erin Young trying to get in the front court to get a shot. Young, Dandeneau puts it up. Won't rattle in. That has been the story so far for Canada in the game. And Dandeneau pleading her case to the referee, but it is USA leading by 13 points after 3 quarters of play. An impressive effort so far by the team in Stars and Stripes here in Tokyo.
Well, a much better quarter there from Canada, but it's still the United States who come out on top, 12 points to 9. The stats there really painting a picture of US dominance.
Canada's kind of caught between 2 different lineups, the one with Ouellette and Lalonde, and the one with Young and Dandeneau in it. And neither one has really found the answer to Courtney Ryan and Natalie Schneider and Rose Hollerman's Team USA.
It just isn't dropping for Canada. They haven't had that purple patch in this game. It's kind of like those days when you get up out of bed and you hit every red light on the way to work, and then you throw your coffee cup at the bin and it rattles out the jaws and doesn't drop. That's what it's been like for Canada. They just need a few green lights, get a bit of momentum, and start to rattle the USA, because at the moment, they're looking comfortable because Canada just can't string a good patch together.
Well, and don't forget, this is a U.S. team. That 3 of the players are gold medalists from Rio in 2016. Rose Hollerman, Natalie Schneider among them, Darlene Hunter as well. And so they all know how to get the job done. And they have done the job so far here. Fourth quarter underway in this quarterfinal. Their semifinal spot on the line. Zerbrugge, USA. Inside for Schneider, and it's swatted away by Young. And it goes right back to the U.S. There's Hollerman setting up and hitting. 15 points for Rose Hollerman and her team USA over Canada.
How good has Rose Hollerman been today? Just an ever-present threat, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice.
Canadians finally get Dandenault open in the paint, and she finishes it off. And she might just need a little of those little bunny shots to go in and get the confidence level back up again. But it's a 13-point lead, USA. Canada's going to need something special here. Hollerman from behind the screen. No. Picked up by both Steeves and Dandenault. And Steeves will acquiesce to Katie Dandenault. She dishes in for Lai, and she hits the bucket.
Well, much better from Canada. Believe it or not, that field goal from Dandenault, and then that one just there from Lai. First field goals, first points that aren't free throw points since halfway through the last quarter.
Wow. Hollerman takes it down towards the baseline. Dishes back for Ryan. Hollerman. They're using the full shot clock. Now it's down to 3. Now Ryan, it's an offensive foul called against the U.S. 11-point deficit. Canada looking to bite into it.
Couple of sparks of life from the Canadians right here. Good start to this quarter, the start they need, but it needs to keep getting better.
Aaron Young, hard pass into the paint for Dandenault, and it's going to be Canada ball. They had Tamara Steeves there, but American
guess who else was there?
Yeah, I know, American defender. Was it Schneider?
Of course it was.
The inbound finds Dandenault, gives to Young. Steeves in for Tessier. The one-handed layup will drop. Maybe that's the answer for Canada. Alternate your other players in and take the pressure off of Dandenault and Young in terms of offense.
Well, I think that's something that the United States have done really well. Yes, their key outlet is that woman on the ball, Hollerman, but they've also used her as a decoy to open up the other attacking threats.
Ryan continues to be that pivot player from the top of the key, and that one won't fall. So it's a 9-point lead. Canadians looking to cut it down a bit more. Young, Tessier, Dandenault, Steeves trying to set up a little screen there, and she does, and Katie Dandenault hits, and all of a sudden the lead is cut down to 7.
A lot more intricate, a lot less pressurized on themselves from Canada. Dandenault, with time, picks a spot, and it's a swoosh.
Now Hollerman, the veteran, back to Ryan, the Paralympic rookie. Hollerman, Ryan, they just trade passes. Young moves up on her, but Hollerman gets the shot clear, but it's off the rim. And the Canadians could cut the lead more here. Dandenault. Weaving, looking for something to get set up. Gets it to Young. Takes it towards the baseline, dishes underneath for Steeves. That's a little too strong, and Hollerman comes in to collect the rebound.
Oh, you can't help but feel that could have been a big moment. Canada could have really started to believe if that one dropped.
Back comes Darlene Hunter the other way, and she finishes it.
Ooh, talk about compounding the miss. Hunter, dead-eye when she gets into the key.
Erin Young. Watched by Hollerman. Gives to Tessier. Young. 4 on the shot clock. Dandeneau from the foul line. And it's a miss. And it's going to be blown down. And it's going to be a foul on Dandeneau, I think. It is. No, they're going to call it on Tamara Steeves, in fact. So her first personal of the game. USA has called the timeout. They lead by 9, 5:37 to go in the fourth quarter in the quarterfinal.
Smart timeout from the Americans. Just take a little bit of the wind out of the Canadian sails that were beginning to bellow. Leading 8-4 in the quarter. Probably should have been a 10-2 lead in the quarter. And then we'd be looking at a 5-point game. As it is, it's still out to 9, but the Canadians asking far more questions than they have done the previous 3 quarters.
So if you're Trooper Johnson's team, you want to keep your consistency, keep your head about you, keep making the plays that created the opportunities for the Hollermans, the Schneiders, the Ryans, the Hunters. And if you're Canada, you want to keep pushing the pace of the game and yet pause, I think, when you get that opportunity.
I think the best thing the Americans can do is to keep making life uncomfortable for the Canadians, because while their accuracy in terms of shooting has been so much more superior, it's been that they've been complete and utter pests in both ends of the court for the Canadians.
Here's Ryan. This time she goes to the hoop and she lays it in. And back up to 11 points. So Erin Young gets Team Canada headed back up court. Takes it towards the corner. Tries to dish it in for Steeves. Tries the little circus shot, and it won't fall. And it'll be USA with numbers. Back they come. Ryan, Hunter, and the pass this time is off the mark. It'll be Canada ball with substitutions coming in. Tara Giannis will replace Tamara Steeves. And so you've got a 1.5 replacing a 1.5. Pretty much has to be that way. Shot clock and the game clock start now. The moment Dandeneau picks up the ball. Gives to Young. Hard pass for Giannis. Yes.
Open up nicely there for Giannis. Everybody seduced by the movement of Dandeneau moving in from the top of the key, but Giannis completely unguarded.
Giannis, former professional mountain biker. She has a business these days that sells accessible mountain bikes. She lives in North Vancouver. And I'm sure they're cheering for her there. But the Canadian team down by 9. Rose Hollerman. 2 on the shot clock, puts it up. But they're smart to use the clock. Pretty much down to 0 almost every opportunity of late. Here's Young. Dishes inside, and they get it to drop. Giannis again. That cuts the lead to 7 again.
Big shot from the 44-year-old in her first Paralympic Games. She doesn't want the journey to end.
Hollerman takes it to the elbow, dishes off for Ryan. No, and there are so many Canadians there, they had to have a meeting to decide who to pick up the ball. Finally, it's Dandeneau. They are really jamming up the paint. Now it's Young. She's got the open look.
Oh!
And she was trying for the and one. Draws the foul, but 7-point lead. Young and Canada trying to cut into it. Second shot for Young. And can she get the rebound? Who's gonna get it? The referee isn't sure. They're gonna talk about it.
Well, it came off a USA player, I think, but also there was a hand from Young into the face of the USA player.
So it's gonna go to a jump. They're gonna call it a held ball, which is interesting. And it's a possession arrow Canada, so maybe it works out. Tessier to inbound for Dandeneau. Doesn't seem to have the confidence to want to shoot right now. Takes the pass, has to really work it. Can't get the rebound and can't get the basket.
This has been the difference so far, hasn't it? That when the USA is shooting, they're balanced, they're settled, it's all on their terms. But Dandeneau there, it's a prime example. So awkward, so uncomfortable, but so good. Snyder being all game.
Boy, is she ever. She goes to the hoop hard, gets the basket, gets the and one play, and will try to convert the three the old-fashioned way.
She's so dependable under the basket. Believe it or not, this is only America's second free throw. And the captain nails it.
It was a 7-point lead. It's back up to 10. USA, here's Dandeneau. Takes the three, no. And not a bad idea. She felt like she had time and space. And a pretty good look. Back comes USA. Ann Ryan, guarded by Dandeneau. Giannis picks up the coverage, in for Schneider. Across for Hollerman. 7 on the shot clock. Hollerman into the paint, puts it up, puts it in. 12 points.
A little bit of different variety from Hollerman there. We haven't seen her drive at the hoop all day. The Canadians setting up for the long-range field goal. Just bringing a shot with a bit of dynamism.
Well, that's such a good point, right? The other thing had worked so well. Here's Tessier posting up underneath, and she gets it to fall. Down to 10 with 96 seconds left.
It's been good value since she came on, Tessier. Can we see a little bit more from her? Canada certainly want to see it.
I would suggest they need more from everyone here in the final minute and a half. USA, Hollerman. And Young takes the foul on Hollerman. Maybe that's the time of the game where they just start, they have to start fouling. Canada, USA. Quarterfinal, 10-point game. I think USA just called this timeout. But both teams are going to want to talk.
Both teams are going to want to talk, and it's the Canadians who probably came into this matchup as the favorites. The USA, yes, they're the reigning gold medalists. Yes, they've got so much history, as have Canada. 7 out of the last 8 gold medals in Paralympic wheelchair women's basketball being awarded to one of these two nations. But I have to say that Canada's shading it in terms of who people felt were going to progress in this match. But the USA have just been extraordinary today. 38 rebounds to the 29. That's the desire. That's the nitty-gritty that the USA have been showing.
And it's positioning too, right? It's positioning, getting in that position before the ball is there and earning your spot in the paint. And every once in a while, a rebound is luck and it ends up in your hands, but you're in the right place at the right time. Another foul, and now Canada actually wants to be in the bonus. They are now, so the next foul will send the U.S. to the line, but what that does for Canada is it will, if they hope that the U.S. will miss the free throws, and another intentional foul. Now Hollerman's going to go to the line. And the Canadians hope she will start missing, and they'll get the ball back. And this is happening in dead time, which is what is interesting because the clock not ticking down.
Well, of all the players you hope to miss, Hollerman would be pretty low down on my candidates.
Well, and that's why the U.S. is giving her the ball from the inbound. And she hits them both. So that's the bad part if you're Team Canada. The good part is at least you've got the ball back again. Dandenault has to hustle, though, just to come up with it. And Hunter still getting her hand in. Here's Dandenault trying three, and nobody there to try to rebound. And another foul. It's going to be a intentional foul marathon here the rest of the way.
Just to try and deaden down the clock. You know, Dandenault shooting today is at 29%. To give you an indication, she was at 48% before this match. That's the kind of day that Dandenault and the Canadians are having.
And that's the kind of day that Zurbrich and the U.S. is having.
Oh. How long did the hand stay up there on the flourish?
Long enough to sink 2 of 2. So 14 points. Canada, I would suggest, needs to hustle here and get this shot away in a hurry. And if they want to get back in this, it's going to have to go in. Doesn't, but Lai gets the rebound, and the possession arrow favors the U.S. 56 seconds left. Darlene Hunter helped her team to gold in Rio, and this is a bit of a dangerous foul. But no mistake, the Canadians have to draw those or take those fouls to try to get something going in their favor. Yeah, so they called that a unsportsmanlike, and so not only did they get the fouls, the foul shot, 2, they're going to get the basketball as well. So that's not what you're trying to accomplish, that's for sure. If you're Team Canada, if you're Team USA, you're saying, keep fouling us, we'll just keep going to the line.
And the referees will know that as well. They'll be watching out for it.
And they won't call that one unsportsmanlike, but they will call, and it will be Hollerman again to the line.
Well, time standing still in the Ariake.
Boy, Hollerman, I feel like she's been getting better every game in the tournament. Maybe she started a bit slowly. Others might argue, but boy, she has been so consistent, leading the team in the offensive categories, and today playing the most minutes she's played and playing it all with such poise and confidence. Here's Dandenault for 3. Might get another crack. Dishes in for Young, has a bit of a mismatch, gets another crack at it, and it's just not falling for Team Canada.
That is the story of this quarterfinal for the Canadians when they look back on it. It's not for lack of opportunities created, but lack of opportunities taken. We're just looking, Schneider 18 points, Holloman 18 for the USA. Zerbrugge 10, Ryan 10. Holloman adding to her tally, while for Team Canada, it's only Young who's managed to make it into double figures.
Well, you go back to the star to try to get the basket, and they kept trying to go to Dandino, but for whatever reason, it just didn't work out. Obviously, intense pressure by the U.S. on Katie Dandino, making life difficult. So with 13 seconds left, Canada gets the basket, but the lead is 15. And Darlene Hunter and her Team USA and Schneider and Ryan and the rest are headed to the semifinals. Pull off a huge win over Team Canada by 15 points. And Team USA with the perfect game plan, executed perfectly, and they take it running away.
Well, the noise you heard there right at the end was the triumphant roar of USA's number 55, Courtney Ryan. And had some backing singers in there as well. The whole USA bench screaming with delight. They've beaten their North American foes. A great rivalry between these two nations, and it's tough for Canada, who came into this match with a lot of expectation and a lot of hope.
Well, there's tears of joy on one side, and as is always the way in sport, there's tears of disappointment on the other. And we saw that on the Canadian bench too. So they came in here with high hopes, looked great in the preliminary round, but now it's the playoffs, and Team Canada's tournament is cut short. Team USA is moving on and will have essentially two cracks at a medal. They will face the winner of China and Great Britain. They have earned the first spot in the semifinals, and they have earned it well with a great game, start to finish. Well, make no mistake, these teams know each other well. A lot of the Canadians played in the U.S., and a lot of the players play, some of the players play in Europe together or against each other. They've certainly known each other. They met each other in the gold medal game at the Pan Am Games. It was Canada taking gold then. It is USA taking the win now. It's the way sport is, isn't it?
The agony, and right there, the ecstasy. Huge hope from the Canadians, and it'll hurt for a while for a talented team who had hopes of going deep into the medal reckoning here at Tokyo. But they came up against an inspired United States of America. Canada maybe didn't quite perform to the height of their powers, but make no mistake, it was won by the USA, who were fluid, consummate, dare I say professional,
Yep.
in the manner in which they clinched the victory.
Yeah, no mistake about it. I think they had the better game plan, and I think they executed it better, and they are full value for a 63-48 win. Team USA beats Team Canada. The U.S. is off to the semifinals here in Tokyo.
してくれてなんてなったでもまあなかなかないとは思いますけどなかなかそうですよね。いない人の机に勝手に入れるって確かに嫌ですよね。嫌ですね。これは心ですね。100言ってその守衛さんがついてきて、
1, 2, 3, 4. マイクテスト1、2よろしくお願いします。東京2020パラリンピック。
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The International Paralympic Committee in Tokyo 2020 welcome you to the Ariake Arena for the Women's Paralympic Wheelchair Basketball Competition.
皆様こんにちは。改めまして本日は東京2020パラリンピック競技大会女子車椅子バスケットボールいよいよ準々決勝の第2試合がこの後行われます。ドイツ代表対スペイン代表の一戦、この後3時開始予定となっております。
The third game of the day will be a quarterfinal game and features Spain and Germany, scheduled to start at 3 p.m. Let's check out the big screens for a special performance.
それではここでスペシャルパフォーマンスをお届けいたしましょう。さあ皆様、ここからは次の世代を担うパフォーマーたちによるスペシャルショーケースです。高校生のメンバーで構成されたチーム、いずれ世界の舞台に立つことを夢見て日々練習を積み重ねている若者たちのダブルダッシュパフォーマンス、お楽しみください。
big thank you to our dancers.
皆様改めて時代のパフォーマー WH パフォーマンスのチームにどうぞ大きな拍手をお送りください。
please welcome Germany to the court.
続いてドイツ代表どうぞ大きな拍手をお願いします。
Before every game, we're going to take a quick look at a key player from each team. Starting with Spain, number 13, Vicky Alonso.
それではこれ試合の前に両チームの注目選手をご紹介しましょう。まずはスペイン代表から注目13番マリア・アロンソ。
Vicky got 20 points against Algeria Sooner tournament with a 52% field goal percentage. She has an average for the tournament of 9.3 points per game, 5.8 rebounds per game, and she's making her first appearance to the Paralympic Games.
スペイン代表の13番マリア・アロンソ、ビッキー・アロンソ選手ですけれども、これまで予選4試合ではなかなか厳しい戦いが続きましたけれども、すべての試合に出場、平均で 9.3 得点、5.8 リバウンドを記録しています。また、大きな勝利を挙げることとなった予選でのアルメニア大会の試合では20得点をマークしました。チームメイト11番ビニア・セル選手とともに、アロンソ選手、スペイン代表の勝利には欠かせないキープレーヤーの一人と言って間違いありません。どうぞご注目ください。
And now from Germany, number 8, Catalina Lang.
それでは続いてドイツ代表の注目選手をご紹介しましょう。8番のカタリナ・ラング選手。
She has an average for the tournament of 18.5 points per game, 12 rebounds per game, and 7.5 assists. And average, and she's making her first appearance in the Paralympic Games from Germany.
ドイツ代表の8番カタリナ・ラング選手、4番のマレンテ・フラー選手とともに、ラング選手も間違いなくこのドイツ代表チームの中でいいプレーヤーの一人と言えます。これまでの4試合で平均18.5得点、12リバウンド、7.5アシストを記録しています。得点ランキングでは4番のミラー選手が2位、そしてこのラング選手が5位となっており、チームの得点力の強さを牽引する一人です。 アシスタントランキングでも今大会2位につけています。得点を取ることも、そして味方のアシストをすることも得意とするラング選手がボールを持った時には要注意です。今大会ラング選手にとって初めてのパラリンピック出場となります。ドイツ代表の
And welcome back inside the Ariake Arena in Tokyo, one of the two homes for wheelchair basketball at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. Day 7 of women's action in the wheelchair basketball tournament. It is quarterfinal number 2. It is Team Germany against Team Spain.
So an all-European bout here at the Ariake Arena. And those performances tell you everything you need to know, that Germany are in rude health with 4 from 4. Spain coming through a challenging group with just 1 win. That's how the quarterfinals are shaping up, and the United States booked their place with a handsome victory over North American rivals Canada. China and Great Britain await one of them. Germany and Spain are focused for now.
And for Team Spain, they're going to need to capitalize on what they're good at, which is best team in the tournament in offensive rebounding, and try to take advantage of Germany's tendency to foul. They've committed the most fouls in the tournament. So it's a small window of opportunity for Spain. If they take advantage of it, they could make this interesting. Here we go with the starting lineups of these two teams. Team Spain, coached by Abraham Carrion.
Well, Spain, let's not forget that this is their first Paralympic bout since Barcelona back in 1992. They qualified that time as host, but they qualified here by right through the Eurozone. So all fresh Paralympians, all full of enthusiasm and vigor, up against tough opposition in Germany. But the likes of Maria Alonso, their highest averaging point scorer, and Isabel Lopez are the players they're going to be looking to for the buckets today.
And Lopez, the only one with Paralympic experience. Originally, she represented Mexico in London in 2012. They qualified for the quarterfinals. But you're right, absolutely raw, but they have experience meeting Germany, met them in the bronze medal game of the European Championships and lost that. They'll look to turn the tables today. Marika Miller is definitely going to be one to watch, and as is number 4, there is Katharina Lang as well, number 8. They are by far the 2 leading scorers for Germany. They have scored between them 2/3 of Germany's points so far in Tokyo 2020.
Well, if Spain are going to seek out an avenue of which to take down this Germany team, maybe it's exploiting the dependency on the likes of Miller, Hatzwald, Lang and Brouwer, all averaging well over 30 minutes per match. So that awesome foursome, if you can stop them at source, it's going to ask questions of the German attack.
The national anthems of Spain and Germany.
両国国歌の演奏です。はじめにスペイン国歌、続いてドイツ国歌です。
Team Germany, Team Spain, quarterfinals, Tokyo 2020. And the last 8, well, there's only 7 left because we know USA beat Canada in the first quarterfinal. 2 more to come on this day 7 of wheelchair basketball action.
Well, if Spain are the novices, then you have to cross the Atlantic to find a team more regal than the German wheelchair basketball royalty. They have really been a force in Paralympic wheelchair basketball for oh so long. Silver in Rio, gold in London, silver Beijing. They've been in the final match every time for the last 3 paras. But they have a Spanish speed bump to negotiate if they're going to make it a 4th.
Well, and it's interesting because the team from the Netherlands, their neighbors, has really looked good in recent years. Finally got the major championship by winning at the 2018 World Championship. So now we will see if, well, first of all, can the Netherlands even get to the gold medal game, and can Germany oppose them or get there as well? So try to remember how the table lays out. And will they meet? If they win, they would meet in the semifinals. So, but there's still a long way to go between that and this. And Spain has a lot to say about that. Ruiz, Revolta, Virginia Perez, interesting story there, number 11. Her husband, Alejandro Zarzuela, is a key, very key member of the Spanish team here that is unbeaten on the men's side of this tournament. And he just happens to have his brother, Pablo Zarzuela, on the team as well. And their father was a Paralympian back in the day as well in the sport of archery. So it is very much a family affair for Virginia Perez and her support group.
So pretty good sporting genes in the mix there. And just a shot of Spanish coach Abraham Carrion Ruiz, bit of experience as assistant coach for the men at London in 2012 to impart upon these young and experienced charges of his.
Well, obviously the key names here, Marika Miller, number 4, Katarina Lang, number 8, but keep your eye on Annabelle Brewer. She's played 31.5 minutes, and when she's on the floor, Germany is better. They have their 11 and plus 11 and 0.8 when she's on the floor, as Dennis Knoll gets his team ready. An animated pep talk before this one.
Well, he's going to be a man invested because he was head coach of the women's under-25 team between 2019 and 2021, so he'll have been on the journey. He'll have developed a lot of these players. He'll be looking to take them on the next step.
So Team Spain comes in as the underdogs and will try to stifle the strength of Team Germany. And there she is, Marika Miller, a superstar in wheelchair basketball, if there ever was one. Spent a lot of time playing in the US, in the college system there, and a key member of this team. She did foul out of the Canada game in this tournament. That allowed Canada a late push, came within about 1/3 of a second of scoring the tying basket with Miller fouled out. But here we go. Miller takes the pass, the inbound tip from Lang, and we are underway. Team Germany in white, Team Spain in red. They met in the bronze medal game at the European Championships, and Germany won that. Brewer makes the pass for Lang from the elbow, hits!
Oh, that feels good. First shot up. If there was any question of nerves jingling and jangling, Katarina Lang has just answered that.
And I would think if for Germany is to get Lang and Miller scoring early, get the confidence, get the feel. And conversely, if you're Spain, try to get them off their game. And if at all possible, get them in foul trouble early. Get them with 2 fouls. Get the coach have to pull them out of the game. And do anything you can to get in their grill a little bit.
Make life uncomfortable.
Absolutely. And even if you don't accomplish the getting the fouls, you've still made life uncomfortable. And the first shot of the game from Spain's Lopez, the only player on the team with Paralympic experience, back with Mexico in London 2012. And that's short, but somebody got a hand on it. That's why it was short, so it's Spain ball. Opening minute, this quarterfinal game.
I quite like this, Spain just slowing it down and taking their time. They're not going to be rushed by the Germans. And the result is a sweet bucket to start things off for them through Perez.
Absolutely. She just nailed that. Marika Miller to the elbow, weaves back. Brewer, Lang. Puts up the shot from long range, a little short, and Spain back to offense. Spain's tournament so far, losses to USA and China, a big, big win over Algeria where they had everything firing, an 80-8 win, and then a tough loss against the Netherlands. And they'll need to be better in this one than they were in that one.
Well, as you said, the Netherlands looking so good in this competition and really challenging the Germans for their crown. But as you said, got a lot of good shooting practice in against the Algerians. They'll need to carry that forward today.
Yeah, Netherlands just had the one blip, really, where they had a terrible third quarter against China. Didn't score a single point and wound up on the wrong end of that one, which kind of upset the apple cart a little bit early on. Early on in this one, 2-2, Germany, Spain, and Spain's Lourdes Ortega. Trying to work it in for Perez.
But Miller got the hand in there.
And now Lang takes it down to the corner, curls back, sees Miller, finds her, glances it off the glass, can't hit the first. And on the second time of asking, she manages to draw the foul. And it will be against Spain's number 55, Isabel Lopez. So Lopez, former standing basketball player, and injuries have forced the end of her career there, and she has found an avenue for those basketball skills.
She's certainly found an outlet as well, barking instructions at the rest of her team in the middle of Miller's free throw attempts, of which she misses the second.
And so Miller, Meyer, Lang, screen set up by Patswald. Now Miller, nope, rebounded by Spain. And back they come with Virginia Perez.
Well, not all going the way of the Germans at the moment, and it is an opportunity for Spain to take the lead. Beautiful play to find Lopez, and the Spanish bench erupts.
Early lead for Spain. Germany manages to break Spain's press attempt. Miller, been on this national team for a long time for the Netherlands, for Germany rather, the 31-year-old. Foul call again here against Spain. And it was Virginia Perez, her first. Well, Spain is coming out aggressively, that's for sure.
I don't think they can sit back and afford to allow the Germans to enjoy themselves, to settle. They got that early great field goal But since then, they have been niggly. They've been fighting for everything, and they are giving away a few fouls, but it's what they got to do to make the Germans work for the right to be comfortable.
Lang from behind the screen, and the shot is rebounded by Lopez. Montiel, Perez. And Germans with that constant defense chant all throughout the tournament. I don't know how they haven't lost their voices as the shot is hit by Zuder. Lang.
Well, really good work being done out of shot by Ruiz, impeding some of the German would-be attackers. That's a classy finish.
Hatzwald finds herself open. I don't think she found herself. She put herself in the open and then converts. So a 1-point lead, Spain. Perez from outside the arc thinks about it, but has Lang guarding her, and we've got a player down. No foul on the play. Ruiz, the player down. Sonia Ruiz made her debut for Spain. Get this, back in 2003. She was an all-star at the 2018 World Championships, and she isn't just a player, but she coaches her club team, Murcia BSR, and some of the players are on that team. So nothing like having a coach player on the floor with you.
Yeah, interesting dynamic, but also fantastic, especially for the more younger, inexperienced players. Inspirational, in fact.
Ruiz takes the pass from Perez, trying to feed it to Lopez. And Germany's going to go back on offense.
Just asked a bit too much of Lopez there on the reach. Couldn't quite extend herself. Probably, maybe, the first error that Spain have actually made.
Hatzwald again open, this time a little strong. So Ruiz finds Perez, puts up the shot, and I think she knew the contact was coming, draws the foul.
Well, all of Spain's good attacking energy is coming from Perez, sort of dictating play and moving the rest of her team around the key in the shooting area like chess pieces. She's got a big target in Lopez to pick out as well. But it all wouldn't be possible without the hard work of other teammates out there like Ruiz. Really being a nuisance for the United States players.
So Laura first checking into the game. Svenja Meyer will take a breather. And had Perez thought about that, she would have been able to grab the rebound, but after the shot, she kind of turned away, and it essentially came right back to where she was. Miller weaves into the paint, gives to Lang, puts it up and in. Tie game. Nice play again. Ruiz setting up Perez. Spain's back out front.
They've got their eye in early, Spain, haven't they? They're all dropping.
Well, and they did manage to get Marika Miller to foul about a minute or so ago. They'd need a few more of those to really put Germany in a situation. Perez fighting off, well, everyone. And Ruiz is going to wait for some help and then calls her own number. The shot, the rebound, and that was Montiel who couldn't finish it off.
Well, that was a beautiful little dummy, wasn't it? A shape to pass. which freed herself up the opportunity. Shame she couldn't finish, but they'll get the possession.
Lopez, Ruiz. She likes the screen, she likes the look, can't finish it. Miller comes in for the rebound. No surprise, she leads the team in rebounding among the tournament leaders. Here's Lang, all by herself as she cuts in, then drops it off, and in it goes. Laura First's first basket.
First.
There you go. So the German team really setting up its defense high, and it's less than 10 on the shot clock before Spain even really gets to look at the basket. And the shot from Ruiz clanks off the rim. Marika Miller fights to get in, and now she's alone. Let's see what she does. She rushed it a bit. I think she was trying to draw the foul. A little frustration there. And isn't that exactly what Spain's going for?
And it's working for them as well. She's very animated, looking to the referee, which is all good and well, but Spain successful in their attempts to distract the Germans from their key task of scoring points and defending, just getting under their skin. But I love the variety to the Spanish attack as well. It's all coming through Perez.
And the long shot from Perez is a little short. Patswald dishes it ahead for Lang. And the foul there is called against Spain. And waiting for the signals. I think the referee's having the same problem I'm having. Can't see the number of the player. It is Ruvelta. Sometimes with the low classification players, the way they sit in their chair, their numbers kind of get hidden a little bit, and that's exactly what the referee found, the same thing I found. Now he'll know the one I can't see the number of, that's 9.
Revelta Garcia, 24-year-old from Madrid. Good age, plenty more basketball left in Revelta Garcia. In fact, real young team from Spain. Ortega 23, Zudair 21. There's players for the future in here, and they're making a great account of themselves in the opener here. 9 apiece, even Stevens on the field goals. And you might look at the Germans and think you'd expect more, but that's all coming from the defensive harrying and pressure from that Spanish team.
Yeah, I think perfect execution so far by Abraham Carrion's squad. His assistants, by the way, are Marta Vargas Arevalo and David Benitez Sanchez. And Team Spain's got to be happy with this start. 9-9, 2:40 to go, opening quarter.
Yeah, really like the combination that Spain have started with, and they're more than matching the Germans at the moment.
Playoffs seems to bring out the best, doesn't it?
That's why we love it.
That's why we love it. Here's Lang. First is kind of parked in front of her with the screen, and Lang likes it. Of course she does, because she can do that.
Wow, classy shot from Lang. The Germans again opening proceedings back up with a nice nerve settler.
Perez trying to get away from Miller. Nice little dish inside, and it is a basket for Montiel. She plays on a really high-level team in Spain, Albacete, with a lot of top players at this tournament, both men and women, as they have a combined classification system there. Here's Lang, yes, from the elbow.
Lang's found her range, hasn't she? This is
offensive foul here called against Germany. And pulling herself up off of the ground is Isabel Lopez. Well, actually, in fact, they are calling the foul against Lopez. It was an offensive foul, but it's against Spain. Team Germany with first, and Lang and first. And nicely from the baseline, it was Brauer. And all of a sudden, it's a 4-point lead, Germany, with just over a minute to play in the opening quarter. Virginia Perez. Now 5 on the 3 on the shot clock. Try to get it to Lopez. Thing is, you can take the three-pointer, but if you're facing inertia, if you're backing up, you can't get that kind of strength away. You've got to be kind of at least still, if not rolling forward. So yeah. Good defense by Germany, and made that happen.
Well, the Germans giving the Spanish a taste of their own medicine somewhat. Because, honestly, we've seen Perez in the 11 jersey really kind of run the show for the Spanish. So the Germans identifying they need to get on them a bit more and make life uncomfortable for them. Remember that the Germans are the favorites here.
First, and she's going to go to the line for 2. Draws the foul, knowing there's contact coming.
It really is an art, isn't it? Getting a shot away, but also drawing that foul.
Yeah, and sometimes you don't even like your chances necessarily at the shot. You just know that there's somebody there who's going to foul you, or in pretty good chance of it. So Laura First gets 1 of 2. Her team up by 5. Final half-minute opening quarter. Spain trying to pull within a couple here, or at least a few, put it that way. Perez spins, has the mismatch, hits, or at least fires, but doesn't hit. Rebound off of Spain and out of bounds. Zudair thought she had it.
Zudair just coming on. Maybe a bit cold. Not ready for that kind of action. And whoa!
Whoa! Oh. Not something you see every day. Slightly embarrassing for Marijke Miller. She was waiting as long as she possibly could to get the clock started. And yeah.
That was extraordinary, wasn't it?
You probably couldn't do that if you tried the next time.
That's definitely going to be played at the end of Paralympic social, isn't it?
People will be sending her that on their phone later. Spain, one last chance here. And it goes. And Spain gets the last second bucket. Zudair takes it to the rack and puts it off the glass and in.
Well, they may trail by 3 at the end of this quarter, but Spain have been great value, really quite accurate in their shooting. Let's take a look at the stats here, and they're not that far behind Germany, who had an excellent last 2.5 minutes of that quarter. Had the quarter been 7.5 minutes, I would have betted that Spain would have been going in on top.
Yeah, if Spain can cut its turnovers down, they would be right there, and they are right there with Germany within 3. And they have limited Marijke Miller. Certainly, she's only managed 1 point so far on a free throw, so.
Well, Lang has really shown herself to be the key threat. 9 points in that quarter, really finding her range. Don't know what was said in the timeout talk, but kind of recalibrated the sights on the German players' shooting rifles. And they've been deadly accurate since.
It's almost like Germany knew that Spain was going to pay all kinds of attention to Miller, so they said, let's go with the Lang option instead. And Miller will take what they give them, I think, and when the opportunity comes, she'll be there to answer the bell. Here we go, second quarter action. Germany 3-point lead over Spain. Quarterfinal number 2 in wheelchair basketball at Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games. There's always so much talking going on between players, and it's not just players from their own teams. There's trash talking going on out there as well, and they speak the international language of basketball. And right away, a 1-point gap. That's all for Germany. And Zuder again.
Lovely from Zuder, from Pamplona, famous for the running of the bulls.
So Germany just ran a back pick on Montiel to give them an odd player advantage, but it didn't last very long. Now it comes back to Brouwer. Rebound first, Miller. Lang from just inside the free throw line, rattles out. And Spain gets a chance to go into the lead. Zuder scored Spain's last 2 baskets. Dishes off for Alonso Villarino.
Oh, it just squirms out of her hand there. Bit of a miscontrol from Spain's top scorer.
Must have gone off a German hand because they get the ball back. Now Perez, and the shot clock runs out on Spain's offense on that play. Look at the traffic jam.
Really is like downtown Tokyo out there, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe busier at times. Got to get across the timeline in 8 seconds. Germany does it. Patzwald, as she's falling, gets the ball to Miller, and the foul will be charged on Villarino. So 1-point game. We're 120 into the second quarter, and Spain doing exactly what they wanted to and challenging Germany. Holding Marika Miller to a single point. She's averaging 22. And we're ready to inbound it. Lang first. Patzwald kind of jamming things up there for Germany. Here's Miller for 3. Yes! Just when Spain left her alone for a little while.
Well, she's going to have her say one way or another from any part of the court she pleases. What a shot.
And the rebound, Lang. And foul call here on Villarino, or at least on Perez. In fact, it'll be Montiel. There were 2 Spanish players there. You could kind of pick your poison, I guess. 4-point lead, Germany. Spain's playing a feisty form of wheelchair basketball, and they're making it difficult for the team in white. But here comes for at least Lang. 28-year-old swings it across for Miller, and she hits. She can hit from long range, and she can hit from short range.
But this is pleasing for Germany. Miller in on the points, building her presence. And as you said, finding it from all manner of range. As Spain drive to the hoop.
And do exactly that for Sarah Revuelta.
They're playing some nice basketball, Spain.
When you can get your one-pointers involved in the offense, your low classification players, that's really significant. Revuelta is a really good low-point player. Now Miller for three.
Oh.
Simultaneous O's on that one. And not just us, but all around the building in the Ariake Arena. Zudair with Montiel creating space for her. Perez. Villarino. And Germany will get a chance to go on offense and build on their 4-point lead with Miller. Dishes for Weiss. So again, Miller taking what they give her. They didn't give her the shot this time. They gave her the lane to pass it, so she makes the pass.
Well, it was Weiss who'd done the really good work as well to create that lane for Miller to then find her on the wraparound. But you know who's working so hard out there? It's Perez, number 11. Key to key. She's rebounds, she's creating. Really impressive so far.
Substitution coming here for Germany. Brouwer is going to take a breather. And in comes Patswald again. Meyer gives to Miller. Miller just weaves her way right into the paint. And does she draw the foul? She does. No, she doesn't. It is actually taking the foul. Miller takes a second foul. And it's 120 feet from her own baskets. So that's a tough one. 2 fouls against Marika Miller as Barbara Gross gets ready to come into the game momentarily, it seems. And nice job by Lang to get the hand on the shot from Montiel. And here goes Lang on offense. Defense setting up offense, but she can't finish. A little too exuberant. They work the ball in for Perez, but Miller bats it away.
Good battle between Miller and Perez in the key right there. If Miller wasn't there, Perez was scoring.
Lang. She likes the look that they gave her, so she fires, but it's off the mark.
Haven't seen Lang take a shot from range for a while. She was really in the zone. Back end of the first quarter. They've cooled off a bit. Good play from Spain.
Work the ball in for Montiel. Drops it for Perez. Tries to work behind that screen and off the base of the rim. So good defensive stand for Germany. Chance to add to their lead.
And Perez being locked up by Patswald and Mayer. Patswald just arriving at the key, but it's Mayer who's being a real nuisance so that Perez can't get back there to try and affect things on the rebound.
Miller there feels the contact, puts up the shot, and that will send her to the line. She's got 6 now. Started off with a 1, and then that was it for a long time, and then the three-pointer kind of got her rolling. And Spain decides to freeze her a little bit and think about the free throws. 4-point lead, Germany. Fours are wild. 4:44 to go in the second quarter. Abraham Carrion. He's got to be pretty pleased with the way his team has played so far in this quarterfinal.
He sure will be. But they do need to watch out for the likes of Miller and Lang, who are beginning to draw quite a few fouls from the aggressive Spanish defensive pattern. 3 from Miller now, 3 from Lang. Patswold's got a couple, so just beginning to tot up. And it's also about that picture that you paint for the referees. You don't want them to perceive you as fouling a lot, because the more it happens, the more they're going to give those decisions.
You're saying it's a psychological game out there.
It is something about the top 1 inch, isn't it? That they always say.
Yeah, probably right.
But you know, when the referee gets it in their mind that that person's a fouler or that team are looking to play a little bit dirty, then the 50-50 calls are going to go against them. Collector's item there. Miller misses a free throw.
Well, she's at 56%, so coming into the game. 50% right there. 22-17, 5-point lead, Germany. Gross coming in, and Miller's going to take a rest. I don't think it'll be too long. One never knows, does one? Ruiz kind of quarterbacking things for Spain. And lots of discussion here. Everybody's getting along, though.
Lovely to see Sonia Ruiz trading refereeing philosophies there.
Well, when you have a player who's been playing at the national team level for 18 years, you may actually have the depth of background and maybe even experience and knowledge that you have with some officials. So certainly knows the game inside out, and she's coaching it at the high level too. Villarino off the glass and in. A 2-point game. A 3-point game. Make that.
Put that one on the highlights reel. What a shot.
And a steal by Spain and a chance to cut in some more. Villarino, little underducky, and then misses the shot, but we've got a player down, so we'll get that solved. No foul on the play. As Svenja Meyer gets uprighted. But the referee is saying she wasn't up-wronged, so that's why there's no foul. Back come Germany. Pass for Gross. It's out of her reach. Spain ball, and again, kind of an unforced error by Germany. Ruiz, the 40-year-old. She's actually a politician as well. She's elected in municipal office in her hometown. She said she didn't really want to go in there, but she wanted to help the community and felt if she could speak up for athletes and women and people with disabilities, then that was for her.
Nice. I like that. Well, she's certainly demonstrating some of her political nous in standing up for her team on the halfway line with the officials.
And the pass underneath for Weiss and draws the foul. So Germany continues to use that little pick and roll play to get players available, and then they're doing a nice job drawing fouls. First is coming back into the game for Germany. Well, now we've got threes are wild. 3:33 to go. It's a 3-point lead for Germany. And Weiss coming up empty on that. Empty-handed. Ruiz. Puts the ball on the floor. Dishes off for Villarino. 1 on the shot clock. Had to put it up. And now first for Germany. Gross. Velen Weiklin. And now first. 4, 3 on the shot clock. Needs to get it up. Gets it up, but it doesn't hit the rim. Shot clock runs out. Spain on offense and a German player down, so an odd player opportunity here if Spain can take advantage. Montiel, Ruiz into the paint.
The German plays back up.
And gets the shot up, but they just couldn't take advantage.
Well, it was the Germans who managed to miraculously get back up and get back in to neutralize that number mismatch, and that's a big shot.
Barbara Gross setting up in behind the screen, and then it occurs to her, I can hit this. And she does exactly that with 1:58 to go in the second quarter. 24-19 Germany, extending its lead just a little with Marijke Miller on the bench, so that's important as well. So a foul against Germany. Weiss takes the foul. A couple of players coming back into the game for Spain, including Lopez. And Marijke Miller is coming back in to replace Lang. So again, it's so important for classification reasons. You bring out a player who's a high number, like a Miller, who's a 4. Bring her in 4.5. That means you got to bring a 4.5 out, and that was Lang. So it's an equal trade. The only time you can get away with not doing that is if you were playing under points, and teams almost never do that. There's a shot from Lopez. Unless they just happen to love a certain combination that might come up to 13.5, but you sure don't see that very often. Miller tries to sling the long pass for Gross, who has the size advantage, but not the position advantage. Will be Germany ball, though, with 11 to work on the shot clock.
Well, it's a really good play from Eiluf. Great awareness of where Gross was, in fact. And then just having the reach to disrupt, but they've still got defensive duties to do with Miller right in the heart of the paint.
But Spain does enough to Miller, getting hands up. And it's crazy, you know, somebody puts their hand in your face like that. It's just not a nice feeling, and you've got to try to concentrate on the hoop while that's happening. It's kind of rude.
It's kind of like school playground. I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. But it feels like they're touching you.
And then they complain to the teacher, and the teacher says, I wasn't touching. And a foul charged here to Spain's number 8, Beatrice Zuder. So it's kind of been grinding down to a little bit of a standstill here. A 5-point lead, Germany. 61 seconds remaining in the opening half. Quarterfinal number 2. Winner will go to the semifinals. Who will they play? We don't know yet. The winner of Netherlands.
And the hosts.
Japan, yes. So Patswald for number 2. And it's the seal won't be broken, but Germany does get the ball back with good teamwork. Under pressure, and another foul call. This one is on Lourdes Ortega.
Tough that. It's just too tempting, isn't it, when it's being waved around in your face and just within your atmosphere. Sometimes it's just too irresistible, even if you know there's a high likelihood of the foul.
Well, and I think if you're going to foul someone, you're going to foul a low point player when your team is in the bonus and hope that she misses and you get the ball back and a chance to go on offense. Not only a late game strategy, sometimes can happen in other points in the game as well. And it works for Spain this time. And they're going to get the ball back and head on offense with 55.1 seconds to go. Knowing, though, that any foul they take will send Germany back to the line. Zuder, or at least Ruiz. Now Zuder. Now Ruiz. Zuder for three.
Oh, took a good look around.
Miller takes the pass from Gross. Sees the clock. Gonna guess she'll use as much of it as she can. 11 and 10 on the shot clock. Thinks about the three. Wheels it, then gives to Gross. It's short. And Spain maybe has one last chance to attack.
Ruiz is free.
She is. What a play. An athletic play to keep it alive. But no shot is forthcoming from Ruiz. A feisty first half for Spain. Germany showing its strength. They lead 24-19 at the half in quarterfinal number 2.
Well, Spain doing a fabulous job of frustrating the Germans in that first half and really putting them off their step in terms of their shooting and their accuracy. But in attack as well, Spain offering a huge amount. Ruiz, an excellent second quarter, stepping into the shoes of Isabel Lopez, who played the quarterback role for them in the first quarter. Pretty complete from Spain, and Germany definitely with questions to answer and problems to solve in this halftime break.
Well, Perez was kind of the linchpin for a long time for Spain, then she had a bit of a breather. Germany has spread it around, though, haven't they? And that's been important.
Yeah, they've had different members of their team in the sweet spot at different moments. You saw Lang there, who drained a few consecutively, and then I'm sure in a moment we're going to see Miller. Here we go. Big three-pointer that, and she followed it up with a 2. And it's just been those big moments from big players that are keeping Germany ahead of a really well-coordinated Spanish side. That was an excellent shot, and really kind of got the blood pumping once again for the Spaniards.
Big one for Barbara Gross, gives her a little jolt of confidence. Team Spain shooting 35%, just slightly behind the percentage of Germany. Defensive rebounding, Spain with better numbers. Turnovers, though, Spain with too many, their coach would say, 10 against 4. And points from turnovers, Germany taking advantage, 7-2. So at the half, in this quarterfinal, Germany leads 24-19 over Spain.
The Ariake Arena is the spot. Women's wheelchair basketball, the game. Quarter-final time here at Tokyo 2020. And the all-European affair between Germany and Spain is a tight one. Katharina Lang has led the charge on the point scoring for the Germans with the 9, eclipsing Perez's 5 for Spain. But the Spaniards have made life awkward for the much-fancied Germans, silver medalists from Rio. Miller hasn't dominated as she has done throughout this Tokyo 2020, and in Ruiz and Lopez, they've got a real nice quarterback running pair.
Bit of a new look for Germany. Lindholm into the game, Maya Lindholm. Spain's had the slight edge in rebounding. They've been more aggressive. They've taken a lot more fouls, but Germany is just 3 for 12 from the free throw line. So if you're gonna get the fouls, you gotta take advantage.
Well, this game's easy for Maya Lindholm on the court, a matter of seconds, and scoring her first points of the game, of the half, and stretching Germany's lead out to 7 as the Spanish seek out Montiel Ruiz.
Spain hasn't scored a bucket since 4 minutes to go in the second quarter.
Well, that's going to be lurking in the back of their mind. Ruiz, the distributor, but not quick hands enough. The shot clock evaporating with Spain in possession. And the Germans, with the points, with the pressure, start the second half in a nice fashion.
Look at the train situation there. Miller is in the midst of it.
So a little caterpillar in the German scoring key.
Creating that back pick situation to give Germany an advantage.
But tough D from the Spaniards. Force Lindholm from the court, and they get a bit of possession in the hands of Ruiz. Little pocket rocket at the back, sends the rest of her team forward to make a mess. She's gonna pick out her players, links up nicely with Perez. Not quite on the money, Perez. And in the midst of all that, Miller, not for the first time today, finds herself on the planks. Germany in possession, Brauer to Miller. A frequent combination for the Germans, and Lindholm having plenty of touches early in the exchanges. Just spins on the axis and goes herself. She'll go for the bucket, takes a look around, drops down.
Seems like that's one thing Germany is doing well, is taking what is given them. Miller was covered, so Lindholm answering the call and then delivering on that.
It's good unselfish work from Miller, isn't it? To draw the defense away. And Lindholm still had a lot of work to do, and she did it very nicely indeed. Ruiz needs to inspire her Spaniards into some point scoring. They haven't tasted the satisfaction of the swish of the net for a long time. Germany missed through Lindholm and Perez.
And we've got two players linked up. And yeah, that happens sometimes.
I'm surprised it doesn't happen more frequently.
It's about once a game or so. It seems like that they, maybe once every other game, that they get locked up.
Well, Coach Abraham carry on Ruiz, doubling up as a mechanic as well, just to unlink the two chairs, and we're up and away again through Perez. Perez with the rangefinder. Too much pressure on Lopez, who airballs it. Shake of the head.
Hard to hit those on the fadeaway shots like that. You've got to have a lot of strength.
So Lang to Miller. That's beautiful, but not quite precise enough. Germany come away with it. The shot clock gets re-energized with a fresh 14. And that's the and one from Annabelle Brouwer.
Brouwer's such an important player, plays well over 30 minutes every game and contributes in so many ways away from the ball and then when she gets an opportunity with the ball.
Well, 2 minutes, 46 seconds of the third quarter gone. 2 minutes and 46-second demonstration of Teutonic ruthlessness, because the Germans, in the blink of an eye, have dragged this game away from Spain to an 11-point cushion when literally a blink of the eyelashes ago it was just 5 with Spain looking good.
The last basket for Spain came with 4:23 to go in the second quarter. Alonso hit it, Alonso Valerino, and since then they have been shooting blanks.
It was a beauty as well, as on the right side of the court, moving away from the target, in off the glass. And at that point, you thought, oh, Magic Spain, they could do something here, but they just haven't been dropping since. So, having drained the shot, Brow will get a chance at adding an extra.
And did someone move too early here?
Ooh.
Yes, so she's going to get a chance to fix what went wrong on that shot.
Frustration mounts. Tension palpable on this shot.
There's the other part of the and one.
Well, at the second time of asking after Spain infringed, sloppiness, and they mix things up by going to Ruiz, disrupted by Brouwer. And off the hand of the German and back into the Spanish sort of point guard's possession. Slender shot clock, but it's direct in under the hoop. No dice. Spain miss again. 8 minutes they've gone in terms of game time, plus a half time since they've known the joy of the swoosh. Germans linking up very nicely under the hoop, but Katarina Lang rejected with some good defensive play from the Spanish.
And another opportunity wasted for Spain.
Well, Sonia Ruiz just being asked a bit too much of there. Probably not where her strength lies, in chasing down long balls. With Germany, can they use this period of pressure? No, they can't, not on that occasion. Perez on the rebound. Ruiz, I tell a lie, she's great at chasing long balls.
Yes, well, except she couldn't finish it, but she did everything else right.
Just slipping around the back edge of the ring. And Miller, good strength and balance to find Lang. And Lang's in the scoring again.
11 for Lang. That's been a long stretch now for Spain, as you mentioned it. Just feel that sense of confidence, and obviously it's partly them, but it's partly, you'll say partly Germany's defense, but if it can do that, it doesn't matter.
Well, special players come up with special things when the time calls, and Virginia Perez with a beauty. Germany miss as they attempt to retort. And a bit more wind in the Spanish Armada sails. Ruiz to Perez. I like this combination.
Had to get that off with the shot clock winding down.
She gets 14 more seconds, but a fumble from Ortega gives it to the Germans, who try and strike with speed. Good industry from the Spanish to get numbers back and cluster the paint. Wow, that is a majestic take from Miller. She pops the periscope up, transfers it to the left, and then off the glass and in. Beautiful stuff.
And substitutions for Spain. Trying to make a positive impact on this game.
How sweet was that three-pointer from Perez? Whew.
And she's thinking, I can do that again. Just get a screen for me set up right there, and I can do it.
Well, she didn't feature as prominently in the second quarter, and it showed. Hasn't been the ideal start, in fact, suboptimal for the Spaniards in the third quarter. That three-pointer, though, might help get them back on track. Perez asking too much of Zudair. Zudair would have wanted to do a shade better. The Germans will bring on replacements, Lena Nippelmeyer and Katrina Weiss makes a reappearance as well.
Well, Germany has to be happy about the fact that they're leading by 13, and Mareike Miller has 9, make it 12.
Hey, Perez, I don't even need the backboard.
Wow, what a beautiful shot by Mareike Miller. But that's exactly what she's been doing, taking what's been given. You're going to leave me wide open from three-point land, and I'm going to do that.
You know, from a Spanish perspective, you say, look, if you're going to score, you've got to score from there. But when she does score from there, you've got to tip your hat. So.
Starting to get away from Spain, though. You can't go 8 or 9 minutes with one basket against a top team like this and expect to still be in it.
Well, Mareike Miller's got a lot more zip in her wheels after that three-pointer. And Nippelmeyer, 1 from 1 since entering the fray, working hard to get back and disrupt Perez. Zudair, who gave up the possession originally, links up. Oh, it looked to be in before ricocheting from the ring. But it's going to be a Spanish possession. Germany on the charge. Perez, one-handed. Fabulous ball manipulation. Doesn't mind confrontation as well. She's got the strength. She's got the balance. She's got Zudair, who draws. No, she doesn't draw the foul. Germany will take possession, and even more frustrating because it's a beautiful little finish from Gabriela Navarro, who snuck onto the court as well. 3-second infringement from Navarro in the key. Can't stay longer than 3 seconds in the paint. And Brouwer doesn't think twice about compounding the error. 4-point swing right there.
Boy, that balance of scoring for Germany has really served them well in this game. Multiple players with multiple points and creates options and danger for the other team.
Perez, beautiful interplay from the Spaniards. And that's a peach. And one that is scored by Revuelta, but that's a team score.
Remember, winner of this game faces the winner of Netherlands, Japan in the one of the other quarterfinals. Already USA is awaiting its opponent in the semifinals. It'll be either China or Great Britain. That should be a dandy.
So Miller really growing into this contest now. Germans with a 20-point cushion. Mareike with a couple of 3-pointers under her belt. And Mareike now at the free throw line.
Mareike Miller, one of several players in this tournament who studied and played wheelchair basketball at the University of Wisconsin-Whitewater. They have an excellent program there and have been fostering the sport and the individuals in the sport for a long time. So tip of the hat to them. Miller says one of the greatest pleasures in life is doing things that others say you cannot do.
That is the attitude of a winner.
And she just robs the ball away from the Spanish player.
Well, she's 1 from 2 on the free throws, and Zudair is trying to wriggle her way past the attentions of Brouwer. Dribbles too testing for her. Brouwer, the disruptor. And into the hands of Navarro, who drained that sweet shot, but having spent too long in the key. Spanish player upended. Quite a lot of stoppages at the moment, losing a little bit of the flow, which is probably suiting Germany, if we're being honest, because they've got a healthy lead and it allows them to reorganize, repopulate the danger areas and ask Zudair to find Navarro. Zudair, good at attacking in. Navarro, oh, just too slow. Good pressure from the Germans defensively. Hey, look at them. Well, they've imprisoned. I can't even see who it is because
Montiel.
for the Spanish. So trying to create a numerical advantage, which they do for a moment as Brouwer, as Nippelmeyer arrive on the scene, but it's well defended by the Spanish.
Well, they call that back-picking, and what it does is if you have a faster player who's done the blocking, it allows them to race up the court and get involved in the offense and create a little 2-on-1 situation. And that's what we saw, but they just couldn't finish.
Well, the Spanish dealt with it well in the end. Navarro, the 4-point category player, being brought in, just clipping the ring on its way. The winner of that race is going to be at the baseline.
Yeah, a little too ambitious for Miller there. Mareike Miller was part of the German team that won gold in London in 2012 and has been a national team veteran since she was in her late teens.
Wow, she really is a superstar out here in the Paralympics. Zudair is a beautiful dribbler of the board. One of those players who you're not quite sure how the avenues open up, but they seem to do so. So the Spanish using her more to try and unpick this complicated defensive door that the Germans have erected over the last, goodness me, I'm losing track of time in terms of the Spanish and not scoring because it's so infrequent after they had such joy in the opening quarter.
Just 5 points in that third quarter, so got outscored 19-5. Germany turning what was a close game into what is not at all a close game anymore.
Well, 5 points in the third quarter. They've scored 11 in the second and the third quarter compared to the 13 that they helped themselves to in the opener. So it's an indication of how the Germans have turned the screw as we got to the business end of this match.
Yeah, it's almost as if Germany sensed that they didn't want the game to continue the way it was played in the first quarter, and their efficiency improved, spread the scoring around, then got the big players like Miller involved, and it all turned out well. So far, a 19-point lead for Germany. That's good. That's so good, it's worth looking at twice.
It's not going to be the last time we're going to see that shot. That's going to be replayed when the whole competition is rounded up. But see, the Spanish have got the capability to package nice plays together involving a number of options. As we look at that quarter disparity, 16-13 after the first, but 8-6 in a tighter second quarter, 19-5 in Q3. That's where the real damage has been done. There's a bit more levity about the way that Germany have just wheeled on to the quarter for the fourth quarter of Germany versus Spain in the women's wheelchair basketball quarter-final. 9 minutes and 46 seconds remaining. And Germany.
Yeah, the three in the key again call against Spain. So that's why what Germany's doing is making it so difficult for Spain to attack that they can't find the options in time. They were 2 of 12 in the third quarter, Spain from the field, after going 3 of 12 in the second. So massive difference from the opening quarter.
And the Germans doing what they couldn't do in that first quarter. They are hitting the target. And this is opportunity to turn 2-3. Well, Lena Nippelmeyer is saying, why wasn't I on from the start? Because she's been great since she came on. Hit everything asked of her and brought great energy. Zuder, seen her more prominent as this match has gone on, and Navarro, her intended target, but Germany are going to come away with the possession. And in the hands of Miller, Miller surveys the scene. Gets a bit of a reception from the Spanish, but Meyer will go from the left. And Meyer will score.
And again, taking what's offered. The screen was there. There were no hands up. And the excellent execution of the shot by Meyer. And it looks like Spain's getting ready to bring Perez back into the game. It's been interesting. They haven't had Ruiz or Perez or Lopez in the game for quite a stretch here.
Well, that is almost one thing to remark, that the German players who have come on have all offered in every department. And it's funny because we highlighted their dependency on 4 players at the start of the match, but it's been a real squad offering from the German side, whereas Spain, they have looked weakened when taking the likes of Ruiz and Perez from the field.
So Miller, who just had the ball swatted away from her, is going to head to the sidelines. Barbara Gross will take her place.
Well, disrupted by Spain. It looked like it came off Miller's hand last, but US will get the inbound. They'll miss, and Spain will fly down into USA territory. Zudair gives it to one of her bigger players. She seeks out Perez.
So it's a little bit of a different look on the German offense without Lang in, without Meyer in, and just getting settled a bit. You get the sense of that. I meant to say Lang or Miller, rather. Meyer is in the game.
That's quite all right. Some people have been saying the wrong nation at times. Wow, 2 bites of the cherry, still not enough for the Germans. And here comes Spain. They've got numbers. Can they convert through one of their key threats? No, they cannot. Perez denied by a cannon from the ring. Germany pleased with that, but they've also upended Perez in the process.
So Nippelmeyer took the foul.
So personal foul for Nippelmeyer. She has been all action in every department since coming on, and an opportunity now for Carrion Ruiz to talk tactics.
Yeah, they kind of slowed Germany down here in the last couple of times down the floor and turn the momentum the other way and see what kind of damage you can wreak in the last 7:06. You know what, maybe the coach is thinking by resting some of the older, more veteran players, we're building for Paris and we're building for Los Angeles, and we want to get some time so that when we get there with these young players, they'll have felt the heat of the Paralympic Games in a quarterfinal.
That really is the only way. Experience. You do as much as you can on the training court, you can do it in the leagues, but nothing replicates big game pressure and experience like a Paralympic quarterfinal. One that has, in all truth, maybe slipped just too far beyond the grasp of the Spaniards.
I'm happy to see Ruiz back in the game, though. Was an all-star at the World Championships in 2018. You can just see why, the poise that she plays with. Wouldn't be surprised to see her on the bench as a coach with the Spanish national team, maybe at some point.
How dare you retire Sonia Ruiz prematurely?
I'm not retiring her yet. I'm just saying down the road in one of those future games. Maybe it's Brisbane, I don't know.
Well, you mentioned her poise, her vision, her distribution. She's got great energy as well. Like, really zips around the court. One of those players who looks incredibly busy and links up so well with Perez, who is on the ball, dragging Brouwer out of position. Gross puts her big arm up in the way of Perez, and it's enough to detract from Perez's shot attempt. Doesn't even get a shred of the ring or the backboard on that one. So good work by Gross, who resumes her tussle further up the court with Perez. But it comes off Perez's hand ultimately, and Germany will take the possession.
A lot of people wonder why there aren't more hand injuries in wheelchair basketball. Have you ever wondered that?
I have wondered that, actually.
Well, it's because the chairs, the wheels are canted the way they are. And so even when the two wheels are touching each other, there's space between the top of the wheels as Germany hits another bucket.
Well, a delicious field goal from Gross to take German to a half-century of points. Oh! I can't believe I wasted delicious on Gross's shot when Perez has just come up with that. A second three-pointer. She has been in the mood all game. Wow. Nobody can stop scoring, and there's big smiles on dials out there as well in the form of Annabelle Brouwer. Both teams enjoying themselves now, albeit the Germans will be enjoying themselves the most, seeing as they have the lead, but Isabel Lopez gets in on the act. Over to you, Germany. Don't ruin the scoring streak for both of us. Wow, Gross just looping round before Ruiz presents a little roadblock to shunt Gross from the field. And Spain will get the possession.
Yeah, well, offensive foul. Gross, you can't just slam into somebody who's stationary like that, and so that's what happened.
Well, we get a total team replacements from the Germans. Lisa Bergenthal comes on to the courts. I think Maya Lindholm is in there as well.
So Lang's back in.
So First and Lang. So 4 of the 5. And Lindholm, having been on 6 seconds, picks up a personal foul.
She wants to get involved in the game, ASAP.
Who wouldn't? Who wouldn't? Well, she's got 3, so she does need to be careful for the last 5 minutes. Bergenthal, the 3.5 classification. She's going to bring plenty of energy. Moves herself into space towards the back of the key. She's not used by Lang.
That was a nice play by Isabel Lopez to get a hand on it. Then it went from her, hit the German player's hands and out of bounds. But you got to get the hands. You got to be active with the hands, and she does that.
So Lopez. Manipulating the ball nicely. Ruiz arrives at pace. Perez. That is a bucket that we all wanted to go in because of how nicely it was worked. Just a little bit too much on it, ricocheting off the glass.
And then Ruiz punches the ball, hoping it would go to a teammate. They just couldn't track it down.
So German team fouls, approaching the danger zone of 4. Well, excellent last-minute interjection from Lopez, and it's a really, really popular score for Bergenthal. I'm sure you can hear every single member of the German replacements bench enjoy that. Perez looking to make it a hat-trick of 3-pointers. Not too far away as well.
Germany doing well to develop young players. You have players like Katharina Weiss at 21 years of age and Bergenthal at 21, and you get those players working and playing with the veterans, the Millers, and the Browers, and you develop your program not just for now and tomorrow, but for years ahead.
Well, super slick from the Spanish, and Perez beginning to rack up the points. 13 now. Top scorer in the game, joint with Marika Miller. Lang just behind on 11. Perez worthy of the accolade as well, and maybe with a chance to end up as high scorer. Not sure we'll see Miller again.
I suspect not. Got a semi-final to worry about.
Semi-final to worry about, and valuable minutes on the court for the young players that you were mentioning just there, the likes of Bergenthal. First seeks out Lindholm before Bergenthal is dumped on the floor.
Lopez.
Montiel, kind enough to assist Bergenthal on reorientating herself.
Germany is in the bonus now, so next foul by Germany will send Spain to the line. Try to do some damage, but down by 23 this late.
Lindholm, not quite accurate enough. Getting the back fixing of the ring, not really in danger of sinking there. Oh, plenty of jostling and jousting right there.
Well, we talked about that foul, the next one that comes, and the next one came, and that will send Spain to the foul line with Eluth. No, beg your pardon, that is Revolta, the one whose number we can't see.
Wow, we'll remember her name now after very nice 1 point. She's going to double it. She is not going to double it. Hits the back of the ring, ricochets out. First, the rebound is first. And the jostling recommences. Germany call the timeout, 2 minutes 29 remaining, 22 points, their lead.
What's obvious to me is that both German teams, men and women, are really well prepared for this event. The German men's team coming within 3 points of the US, the reigning Paralympic champions, in their opening game. And they weren't done there. They knock off the defending world champions from Great Britain to earn, then eventually earning a spot with a couple of tough wins, or a tough win against their final opponent, who's I've forgotten offhand. But anyway, the point is they're well prepared. You can tell they're well coached, and you're seeing this as well on the women's side. So a country that cares about its wheelchair basketball, Spain obviously does as well. And in order to get effective teams, you've got to put some money in, and obviously both of these nations are doing that, helping to develop their program. And both countries have teams in both the men's and women's, and that always tells you how well developed the overall wheelchair basketball program is.
Well, one thing that is immensely important to reiterate with regards to Spain is that this is the first Olympics that they've qualified for by rights. Their only previous appearance was in Barcelona, their home Olympics, of course, where they finished 8th place, but this time they're here through qualification, through the Eurozone. Yep. They're through to the quarterfinals, and they've given Germany a real test here today. So these are all memories in that experiential bank to draw upon for the next 3 years. And They can either fly, they can drive, they can get the train or walk to Paris. It's
They're close.
Yes.
They're a lot closer than a lot of other nations are, that's for sure.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's only one way to get the Paralympic experience, and that's to play in the Paralympic Games. Lopez came in as the only player on this team who had it, having played for Mexico. And I'm sure she's been a positive influence by what we've seen. But you mentioned Barcelona. It feels like that wasn't very long ago. If you were there and at those games, which some of us were, but boy, when you really think about it, that was a long time ago.
I hate to break it to you, but 29 years.
Wow.
29 years ago. So this Spanish women's team are making history.
Yeah.
They're making history right here in Tokyo. And it's from that history that they'll look to draw an even bigger future for the team that has been sent out here to Tokyo and those who are going to follow onto the court as well. So Spain entering the final minute and 45 seconds of their quarterfinal experience. Caron Ruiz out to help Revuelta back up onto her wheels.
Gives everybody else a break too. It's like when a soccer player goes down with an injury, everybody appreciates it because they all get to have a little breather, even if he's not hurt.
I feel that this is a much more honest scenario than soccer. Coming from England, I see it all too often.
Ruiz, such a good playmaker.
Ruiz, bit too much, bit too flat. And the rebound gathered smartly by the United States.
Who played in the earlier game?
By Germany. He wore the same color as the United States in the earlier game.
And I know you're going to mention that the United States has already won on this day here in Tokyo and is going to the semifinals after an impressive win over Canada. And we've got two more quarterfinals on the docket. It'll be Netherlands, Japan, and China, Great Britain here at the Ariake Arena. And it doesn't matter if you're supposed to win the game, it's if you win the game. And there's pressure on the team that comes in and everyone says they're supposed to win the game. The other team is a little looser and a little, you know, things feel a little more, we've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, of course, that's psychology. Because we saw that from the Spanish as well. I think they came out hungry and they came out a little bit looser, a little bit freer. Everything was dropping. The Germans did look a bit tighter. But that's a mark of how good this German side are, that they managed to brush it off. That tight affair in the first quarter and then really open things up as we see an awkward fall by Weiss, clinging on to Revuelta. It's all respect, all good-natured, as Revuelta gives Weiss a tap.
That's one thing when people first see wheelchair basketball in the venue, there's a big gasp when someone falls and is lying on the ground, but none of the players feel that way about it. It's just part of the game. It just happens to be that some of the lower point players, as Katarina Weiss fouls out of this game, that some of the lower point players can't get up as easily by themselves, and so sometimes just need a little bit of a hand to pop back up again, but there's no injury situation and there's no reason for gasps of breath, but that is what often happens at the beginning, and then people watch and watch and watch and enjoy and realize it's just part of the game. But
it's no malice, it's no extreme danger. Of course there's going to be injuries that come from these bump and shunts, but certainly nothing malevolent in the actions of any of the players. It's first uses the glass, but uses a bit too much of it. Bergenthal unable to control it, difficult, moving over her shoulder behind her head on the arch. And Ruiz releases her attack. She's back in, spearing her way. Bergenthal's gone down again, so it's a numerical advantage to the Spaniards. Can they use it? Almost. Play called to a halt while Bergenthal is once again resurrected. She's really having a tough time of it there. Two Spanish players called in to help her. Very difficult with being strapped in like that, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's basically a big part of it, is the strapping. Sometimes you'll see players loosen the strap before they come to get back up again.
Wow. What a beauty. Katarina Lang, with that shot, becomes the game's top scorer, and what fine fashion to do so with. As we enter the dying embers of this really quite enjoyable match. Spain are going to bid farewell to their medal hopes. Germany will progress as expected, but they have had to work for it, and it has brought out some of their best in overcoming a spirited Spain.
Well, and in 4 out of 5 games in this tournament, Germany has scored in the high 50s in the points, but their defense so stifling and making life so difficult for Spain that Marijke Miller's team is full credit for a 57-33 win, as Ruiz thought maybe something better was in the offing.
So Germany progressed to the semi-final. They have overcome the Spanish 57-33 in the wheelchair basketball.
There's real respect between these two teams, and both playing in Europe and in leagues. I'm sure there's a familiarity with each other, high degree of it. Handful of spectators that are part of team staffs for various teams.
Team staffs and the volunteers of the Ariake Arena, and you wouldn't deny them the chance. So there are the game stats. The field goal percentage of Spain started sky high, but quarter by quarter just got whittled down to the 27% mark, which probably tells a tale in itself. 2 of our semi-finalists are decided. Germany will play the Netherlands or Japan, while the United States await for the winner of China and Great Britain.
I can't wait to see what those underdogs have in store for the favorites, because that is a big part of the story at the Paralympic Games in the wheelchair basketball tournament.
Well, scenes of great joy from the Germans. A 1,000,000 megawatt smile on that of Lisa Bergenthal, who threw herself around with plenty of gusto when she came on. Of course, the other side of the coin, as ever, is Ruiz. Sonia Ruiz, given so much to Spanish wheelchair basketball, so much to this team, this game. Devastated to be bowing out of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics. But Spain can hold their heads high, defeated by a very good German side.
Well, both teams put everything into it, and Germany gets out of it a W and memories, but Spain has memories too and put in everything they could. And you could just see, now you said to me, Ruiz, that I had her packing it in too early, but just the way she was acting post-game made it seem like maybe she thought this might be the last.
Well, if it is to be her last contribution, Spain have left their mark on the Tokyo 2020 Paralympics, their first appearance at the Paralympics since Barcelona, but it is Germany whose story continues into the medal reckoning, into the semi-finals.
So Germany moves on here in Tokyo. It'll be fun to see if they can get to the gold medal game in 2020.